Chapter 745. Earl Arthur, the portal to Loam's Star has been destroyed. Bishop McKinley said helplessly. That's a pity. David replied casually, still thinking about the first and second continents of Gammy Star. Bishop McKinley thought that David did not want to talk about the portal, so he could not help but feel anxious. Although he was the leader of this recruitment, he could not order the fifth-level knight who came to rescue them. How could the surviving recruits be able to do the mission at this time? Most importantly, the destruction of the portal was due to Bishop McKinley's command error, so it was impossible for the shrines to pay any more merit points for the installation of the portal. The recruitment mission was not a mission to earn merit points. It would only increase the mission reward according to the difficulty of the mission. This reward was also in the hands of Bishop McKinley. It was just that the mission of installing the portal had been completed, and the reward had been paid, so there was no reward for the task of reinstalling the portal. As for the divine gold coins and other rewards, the nobles who were able to come here did not lack them. Even if they did, they would not use the opportunity to earn merit points to obtain the divine gold coins. Earl Arthur, I would like to ask you to personally return to Loam's Star to reinstall the portal. Bishop McKinley said directly, gritting his teeth. He had already thought of the huge price to pay. Bishop McKinley thought about what David would ask for. When the time came, it would depend on whether he could afford it. As long as he could pay David's request, he would not be stingy. At this time, David understood what Bishop McKinley meant. It turned out that it was for this matter. He and Bishop McKinley were friends. He could see that Bishop McKinley did not ask for a mission, but for a personal invitation. It should be to make up for some of Bishop McKinley's mistakes. Previously, when he sent 30 Sky Knights to Loam's Star, David knew that the situation was not right. However, his words carried little weight. Even if he had mentioned it at that time, it would only offend people. No problem, I'll set off now. David did not hesitate and nodded in response. Although it was very troublesome for others to enter the Loam Star, it was almost impossible to enter the Loam Star without alarming the god of plague Gladstone. However, David was different. As long as the ancient mid-sized portal hidden in the safe house was not discovered, he could enter at any time. When Bishop McKinley heard that David had agreed without asking for anything, he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. At his position, he had to scheme every day. He was very touched by David's attitude. Count Arthur, the first and second continents of the Gammy Star are your territories. The other 4 continents are all deserts. It's very cheap to use merit points to exchange for them. Since you saved everyone today, I will help you fight for enough merit points to exchange for the 4 continents. What do you think? Bishop McKinley took the initiative to state his conditions. This was the greatest power he could use. No matter how the 30 Sky Knight puppets were formed, to David, they were followers of an evil god. David had led his 2 Sky Knights to kill more than 10 Sky Knight puppets and save everyone at the same time. This had to be rewarded. As long as Bishop McKinley reported this, the reward of the war shrines would be issued very quickly. However, it was impossible to exchange this merit for 4 continents, even if the 4 continents were deserts. Although it was very troublesome to transform deserts, it was possible to turn 4 continents surrounded by oceans into oases with time and energy. It was different if Bishop McKinley came forward. He had a lot of power in the war shrines. He had the confidence to work for David. However, if it was David who made the request, Bishop McKinley would only treat this reward as a transaction with David, using up all the favors he owed him. Bishop McKinley, this won't make things difficult for you, right? David was also very tempted. After all, if he really succeeded, he would get a territory on a planet. This was much more practical than a title promotion. Even if David was still an earl, he had his own territory on a planet. In the circle of nobles, he was very close to being a real lord. There's no need to make things difficult for me. However, if you can install a portal on Loam, my position in the war shrines will be guaranteed. I'm also more capable of handling this matter for you, Bishop McKinley said with a smile. Then I'll set off now, David said as he stood up. A huge Lord-level spaceship appeared in the sky. David summoned Knight Mark and Knight Garan and boarded the spaceship. Under Bishop McKinley's gaze, the spaceship flew into the distance. Lord Gould, you even gave away your own seat, the Temple Knight Annabella said to the Lord of Gould, who was standing beside her, as she watched the spaceship fly away in the sky. Although it wasn't difficult for the main family to build another Lord-level spaceship, it would take a long time. Lord Gould gave away his Lord-level spaceship. He wouldn't have another Lord-level spaceship to use for at least 2 years. What Arthur did is worth the price, Lord Gould said with a smile on his face. At this time, Lord Gould suspected that the mysterious person who saved him on Loam was Earl Arthur. Even Bishop Bolin of the Earth Shrines clearly said that his curse couldn't be broken unless a god intervened. Earl Arthur had the inextinguishable life force that could cure Lord Gould's curse. Lord Gould didn't think that he would be so lucky to meet someone who had a god's treasure and was so kind to Lord Gould. At that time, Lord Gould was in a state of near death. His space ring, armor, and weapons were all extremely precious treasures. At that time, who would pay such a huge price to save Lord Gould instead of taking away Lord Gould's belongings? They didn't even have to kill Lord Gould himself. They just had to ignore him. Previously, Lord Gould only had his suspicions. However, he heard that David had successfully infiltrated Loam Star and installed the scouting circle and the teleportation gate. The first 2 batches of knights were far stronger than the guards, but they had not succeeded. This could only mean that there was a great possibility that he had been to Loam before. That was why he was so familiar with Loam and might even know about the god of plague, Gladstone. 30 Sky Knights entered Loam and were all controlled by the god of plague, Gladstone. The only person who could enter and leave freely was David. Of course, Lord Gould wouldn't ask about this matter. However, from the fact that David didn't want to reveal that he had saved Lord Gould, it could be imagined that there must be some secret behind it. David didn't know that Lord Gould had already guessed that he had saved Lord Gould. Once again, he went to the cave he found on Triumph, put away the spaceship, and entered it. He hadn't had time to put away the ancient medium-sized portal, so it was a good time to use it again. David put the Mark Knight and the Garan Knight into the summoning ring of the Shadow Attendant. He activated the body of lightning, derived an electric light from the lightning pattern, and integrated himself into it. Then, he manipulated the electric light to enter the ancient medium-sized portal. Under the surge of space energy, the electric light he possessed came to the safe house on Loam. This place was still not discovered by the god of plague, Gladstone, which made David feel very relieved. What he was most worried about was that this place would be discovered by the god of plague, and then be destroyed by the god of plague, Gladstone, or set a trap here. However, David's thoughts were superfluous. The isolation patterns arranged here were all the most ancient patterns, and their effect was strong. Unless the god of plague, Gladstone, had a clear location and carried out a detailed exploration. Otherwise, with the current state of the god of plague, Gladstone, it was impossible for him to carry out a complete exploration of the entire Loam. Even when 30 Sky Knights entered Loam to explore before, if it weren't for the Sky Knight taking the initiative to send them to the statue, the god of plague, Gladstone, wouldn't have noticed anything unusual. David maintained the state of the body of lightning. He activated the underground sneak, left the safe house cave, and went to the distance underground. This time, he chose another continent and went underground at full speed. The Shadow Attendant was in the sky, and David saw a lot of birds through the eyes of the Shadow Attendant. These birds had the same characteristics as the bewitched humans, and that was, their eyes were all white. Each bird had its own range, and they wouldn't go beyond their own range. From this, it could be seen that these birds were patrolling. David knew that this was because the god of plague, Gladstone, had strengthened the monitoring of the ground. The sudden appearance of the portal made the god of plague, Gladstone, vigilant. When he arrived at the continent, he found another cave and set up a portal in the cave. Then, he waited quietly for the 30 hours to come. On Triumph Star, energy avatars appeared one by one. These were all level 5 knights who had been recruited. As for the shrines of wealth, earth, justice, knowledge, and war had all sent level 5 shrines. Level 5 shrines were different from level 5 shrines. Level 5 shrines were all real. Even if they were recruited, level 5 temple knights wouldn't come with their real bodies. Of course, there was an important reason for this. With the blessing of the shrines, the energy avatars of level 5 temple knights wouldn't be affected by evil god. This was also the approval of the shrines for level 5 temple knights to only send energy avatars. This time, there were 50 energy avatars of level 5 temple knights, and 5 level 5 shrines sent by the shrines. The standard configuration was 10 level 5 knights and 1 level 5 priest. Don't look at the fact that level 5 temple knights only sent energy avatars. They didn't have to pay attention to the safety of their energy avatars. On the contrary, any level 5 temple knight wouldn't let their energy avatars be easily lost, because every time they condensed an energy avatar, it would damage their spirit and worsen their emotional state. The gathering place of level 5 temple knight and level 5 priest wasn't in the main city, but in a flat grassland outside the city. More than 50 huge tents were set up, and the area was full of busy servants. These level 5 temple knight didn't come alone. This was equivalent to the highest level gathering in the great world of God. Although it was because of war, the corresponding extravagance wasn't lacking. The energy avatars of level 5 temple knight couldn't enjoy delicious food, but the corresponding preparations couldn't be lacking. The best food and the best wine were sent from all over the place. Each huge tent was like a palace, and the interior was made use of spatial effects, making it far larger than it looked from the outside. Every temple knight of the 5th rank had at least several hundred servants, which made it seem as if a large city had been built in the open space outside Triumph Star's main city. In the center of the 50 huge tents was a golden tent. This was the residence of the 5 level 5 priests, and it was also the wartime headquarters. Bishop McKinley, what's the situation? Heaviside, a level 5 priest who was also a war shrines, asked Bishop McKinley. Although Heaviside was a level 5 priest, his position in the war shrines was the same as Bishop McKinley's. In some aspects, his authority was even lower than Bishop McKinley's. This was because of birth, aptitude, and the recognition of the god. Heaviside was a consecrated of the war shrines. He was different from Bishop McKinley, who relied on his outstanding talent to become a level 5 priest. Heaviside had worked hard for more than 100 years, and through the blessings of the gods, he became a level 5 priest. After becoming a level 5 priest, he didn't have to worry about emotional loss, because he didn't have to worry about it at all. This was why the war shrines sent Heaviside as a level 5 priest. Even if a level 5 priest like Heaviside was lost in the war shrines wouldn't suffer any great losses. It wasn't just the war shrines, but also the knowledge shrines, wealth shrines, earth shrines, and justice shrines. The 5 level 5 priests sent were all level 5 priests who didn't have much time left. Of course, it wasn't the level 5 priests who dealt with Gladstone, the god of plague. Instead, it was the 5 young men in the golden tent. They were only 20 years old, and their strength was only that of an official knight. However, the 5 young people were selected from the great worlds of gods. They met the needs of the 5 gods, and they were the oracles of their respective gods. Although the shrines of war had a knight from the Annabella Temple, the Annabella Temple knight didn't come in person. Of course, the god of war wouldn't choose the energy avatar of the Annabella Temple to descend. Besides, the shrines wouldn't use all their power in the beginning of the war. They would only slowly exhaust the power of the god of plague. Chapter 746. The shrines had rich experience in battles between gods. It was not a good idea to go all out against the god of plague Gladstone. The best way was to slowly weaken the god of plague Gladstone through battle after battle. When the god of plague Gladstone was weakened to a certain extent, the shrines would understand the true situation of the god of plague Gladstone. Only then would the shrines attack with all their might. The shrines would not casually summon the gods. Whether it was asking the gods to perform miracles or to descend, it would disturb the god. The shrine's role was to represent the gods in all matters. Even if they lost a lot of combat power, as long as they could solve the problem, the shrines would not ask the gods for help. Please wait a moment. The teleportation gate is being repaired. Bishop McKinley replied to the level 5 priest of Heaviside. Didn't you say that the teleportation gate was destroyed? Can the war shrines do it? If not, the knowledge shrines will help you. Level 5 priest Emerson of the knowledge shrines said calmly. The war shrines and the knowledge shrines, or rather, the major shrines, had some conflicts in private. However, there were more conflicts between the war shrines and the knowledge shrines. Level 5 Priest Emerson obviously did not believe Bishop McKinley's words. Priest Emerson, don't you even have time to wait a moment? Or do the shrines of the knowledge spend all their time researching knowledge and have forgotten etiquette and patience? Bishop McKinley replied calmly. I hope you can still say that later. Level 5 Priest Emerson said in a low voice, holding back his anger. Bishop McKinley snorted. In fact, he was not confident. Although he had asked Earl Arthur for help, he did not know if Earl Arthur would be reliable this time. Level 5 Priest Emerson knew the situation on Lone Star very well. He leaned back in his chair, waiting to see what would happen. The other 3 shrines, 5th-level shrines, didn't say anything either. They watched the commotion between the shrines of knowledge and the shrines of war. No matter which of them lost face, they were happy to see it. Bishop McKinley scanned the short-range communication badge on his waist with his mind power. This was an alchemy item used by shrines for short-range information transmission. It could transmit a large amount of information over a short distance using one's mind power. It was different from a communication array. A communication array could transmit information across space, but it was subject to many restrictions. Both parties had to be connected in order to transmit a small amount of information. Although the transmission range of the short-range communication token was short, it could transmit a large amount of information at any time and store it in the target's short-range communication token, waiting for the target to check it at any time. Of course, although the short-range communication card looked ordinary, it was actually made using the unique technology of the shrines. Only the shrines could use it. Bishop McKinley could use the short-range communication token to check the real-time information on the other side of the portal. As long as there was news from David, he could receive it through the short-range communication token. It had been 30 hours since David went to Lone Star. Bishop McKinley was a little nervous. If David didn't install the portal properly, not only would he be blamed by the shrines, but even the shrines of war would be affected. Priest Emerson, if the portal is repaired, will you be the first to go and see it? Bishop McKinley's eyes flashed with joy, but he quickly hid it. He turned to Emerson and asked provocatively, "What do you think? If the portal can be repaired in a short period of time, I'll be the first to go and see it," Priest Emerson said with a smile. In fact, he had already negotiated with the Level 5 Temple Knights who were on good terms with the Temple of Knowledge. He had asked them to help him install the portal, especially since there was a master alchemist among the Level 5 Temple Knight. As long as he entered the Lone Star, it would be easy to install the portal. As long as the Shrines of War didn't fix the portal, and the Shrines of War paid for it, the reward for installing the portal would naturally be borne by the Shrines of War. Although all the merits were distributed by the Shrines of War, any merit needed a reasonable source. The Shrines of War supervised each other's distribution of merits. This was the reason why the aristocratic system in the great world of God could last for thousands of years. Good news, everyone! The portal to Loam Star has been repaired and can be used at any time, Bishop McKinley announced to the Level 5 shrines with a smile. Bishop McKinley had just received news from the portal that it had connected to the portal on planet Loam, and that Earl Arthur had returned from planet Loam through the portal. Bishop McKinley was extremely excited when he heard the news. The portal was no longer a problem. All he had to do was hand it over to the Level 5 shrines and his mission would be complete. Even if Bishop McKinley stayed behind, he would only be there to support the Level 5 shrines. What came next was a battle mission, which would be completed by the Shrines of War. The Shrines of War would no longer be in charge. Bishop McKinley, good plan. It's just a portal. I'll go right away, Priest Emerson said in a deep voice. Don't get too excited. Now is not the time to fight. We still need to figure out how to use the portal without being discovered. Priest Hawthorne of the Just Shrines waved his hand to stop Priest Emerson. Priest Emerson, don't let such a small matter affect the bigger picture, Priest Heaviside of the War Shrines said. However, when these words came out of Heaviside's mouth, Emerson's ears were filled with mockery. Priest Emerson could not afford to get angry. He knew that this was not the time to be willful. If the portal was exposed, he and the Shrines of Knowledge would be in trouble. If a Level 5 priest went to a planet occupied by an evil god, there would be obvious energy wave. It was like fire coming into contact with water. There was a high chance that the god of plagues, Gladstone, would discover them. Summon all the Level 5 Holy Knights and have them participate in the discussion. Horus, a Level 5 priest from the Temple of the Earth God, commanded. Everyone, go ahead. I still have some matters to attend to. Bishop McKinley would not take the initiative to participate in such a battle meeting. He had not even reached the strength of a Level 5 priest. If he were to participate in the meeting, he would stand out among a group of Level 5 powerhouses. He would also be oppressed by the aura of Level 5 powerhouses. Bishop McKinley, you've done a great job. Even under difficult circumstances, you still managed to complete all the tasks given to you by the temple. The 5th level priest of the Temple of Justice, Hawthorne, bowed in gratitude. It did not matter who completed the task. To the shrines, a part of the credit should go to the person in charge. This was because everyone knew the strength of the knights who had been recruited this time. Even with such strength, they were still able to complete such an important mission. Whether or not luck played a role, Bishop McKinley's credit was undeniable. Except for Priest Emerson of the Temple of Knowledge, who didn't show any friendliness because Bishop McKinley had tricked him, the other priests all expressed their gratitude. Bishop McKinley walked out of the golden tent, got on his alchemy flying car, and headed towards the city. David walked towards the restaurant. Everything was fine on Loam, except for the fact that he had not eaten anything. He had been maintaining his lightning body state all this time. As for whether the god of plagues Gladstone would discover the knight who had teleported from Kaplan, it was none of his business. His task was only to set up the portal. Although the hotel had been attacked and many parts of it were damaged, the restaurant was not damaged. It could still be used. David walked into the restaurant and found that there were quite a few people in the restaurant. He calculated the time and found that it was lunchtime. No wonder there were so many people. Earl Arthur. At the sight of David entering the dining hall, all the people in the dining hall stopped what they were doing as they stood up and bowed towards David. Hello, everyone. David was also shocked and hurriedly bowed in return. Everyone's enthusiasm really surprised David. He remembered that when he first arrived, these people avoided him like he was a snake or a scorpion. Under everyone's gaze, David found an empty table and sat down. The staff of the shrines came over to ask about him and quickly served him lunch. During his meal, nobles kept coming over to hand him heraldic cards. These heraldic cards were like identification cards. Not only did they have the image of the noble's coat of arms, but they also had the noble's name and contact magic circle imprint. If necessary, they could use the contact magic circle imprint to contact the other party directly. Usually, people would not give out heraldic cards as identification cards. Once they were given out, it meant that they had become friends. A priest walked into the restaurant and announced loudly, "Nobles conscripted, Bishop McKinley invites you to gather in Conference Hall number 2. Is the conscription coming to an end?" A noble asked. "Bishop McKinley will answer your question." The priest bowed and left the restaurant. All the conscripted nobles stood up, but they did not leave first. Instead, they looked at David. This was a form of respect. David had saved them, and David had not left yet. How could they leave? David had also finished his meal. Seeing this situation, he stood up and greeted the nobles. He did not refuse and left the restaurant first. Conference Hall number 2 was actually a backup conference hall. It was smaller than the main conference hall, but it could still accommodate a few dozen nobles. When David and the nobles walked into Conference Hall number 2, Bishop McKinley was standing at the door. "The Shrines of War thanks everyone for your help. Please come in." Bishop McKinley bowed slightly and said. The experienced nobles were happy. They knew that this was the end of the conscription mission. Every time a conscription mission ended, the leader of the shrines would come out to express his gratitude to the nobles. This was also a tradition. All the nobles took their seat. David was not able to sit next to them this time. Instead, he was invited to sit in the middle by the nobles. "Gentlemen, I think everyone has guessed it. Yes, today's conscription mission is over. You can leave Planet Triumph after this meeting." Bishop McKinley also understood the thoughts of most of the nobles here, so he announced first. After hearing the exact news, the nobles all smiled with relief. The loss of this conscription mission could be said to be the greatest in the past few hundred years. Fortunately, the shrines would give a certain amount of compensation according to the losses of the conscripted nobles. The noble families that lost a knight could get a corresponding quota to go to Planet Fighter. With the quota to Planet Fighter, new Earth Knights and even Sky Knights could be cultivated faster. To be honest, many of the nobles who were conscripted this time were frightened. Even for experienced knights, it was the first time they had experienced such a war. 30 Sky Knights flying and attacking in the air was a rare scene even in the great world of God. Special thanks to Earl Arthur. He personally took the risk and completed the task of setting up the magic circle and the portal. When the evil attacked, he bravely stepped forward and saved his companions with his Super Knight Battle Formation ability. He made an outstanding contribution to the end of the conscription mission. Here, on behalf of the Shrines of War, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Earl Arthur. Bishop McKinley bowed to David. David hurriedly stood up and returned the salute. At this time, all the nobles in the conference hall also stood up and saluted David. The next battle with Planet Loam will be upgraded to level 5. This is not something we can participate in. I won't keep you any longer. Gentlemen, the meeting is now over. Bishop McKinley ended the meeting very simply. When they heard that the battle would be upgraded to level 5, all the nobles could not help but be shocked. They were somewhat uninformed. The main reason was that the summoned knight of level 5 did not appear in the main city. Instead, he stayed outside the main city, so the nobles here did not receive the news. Earl Arthur, let's keep in touch in the future. The nobles said goodbye to David one by one. Then, the nobles quickly left the conference hall. They gathered their subordinates and left Planet Triumph in just a few minutes. A level 5 battle was not something they could participate in. Even if they were just a little bit closer to it, their lives would be in danger. When David was about to leave the conference hall, he saw Bishop McKinley waving to him. "Earl Arthur, I have good news for you. The 4 desert continents of Planet Gammy now belong to you. Furthermore, the Archbishop has personally asked the Aristocratic Affairs Office to promote you by 1 rank. I believe the Aristocratic Affairs Office will contact you soon," Bishop McKinley said to David with a smile. When David went to complete the task of reinstalling the portal, Bishop McKinley contacted the Archbishop of the War Shrines. The Archbishop agreed to Bishop McKinley's request and rewarded David with the 4 desert continents of planet Gamma in recognition of David's heroic actions. However, the Archbishop felt that this was not enough. David had not only saved the nobles, but also restored the dignity of the War Shrines. Therefore, he increased the reward by 1 rank. Chapter 747. David didn't leave planet Kylien immediately. Instead, he went to retrieve the ancient mid-sized teleportation gate in the cave. He had only seen this ancient mid-sized portal in the shrines of the Shadow God and the safe house cave on Triumph Star. He had never seen it anywhere else. After leaving Triumph Star City, David saw the camp of more than 50 huge tents and the terrifying aura coming from the camp. More than 50 rank 5 powerhouses gathered together. Even if they were just energy doppelgangers, their aura was enough to make people with strong spiritual perception feel a strong impact. Not to mention that David's spirit had reached rank 5, so he was even more sensitive to rank 5 powerhouses. David did not pass by the camp. He went around the camp from a distance. This was an instinct. He did not want to meet so many rank 5 powerhouses and leave his safety in the hands of others. Although a rank 5 knight would not attack him for no reason, he did not like the feeling of powerlessness when facing so many rank 5 powerhouses. After riding his warhorse for dozens of kilometers, David used his spirit to lift himself up. After reaching the 5th level of mental strength, although his combat strength had not reached the true 5th level, he could fly in the sky without the help of a sky knight. This flight was more like the flight of an energy doppelganger. A rank 5 knight's energy doppelganger relied on his spirit to lift his body, and then used the powerful bloodline power in his body to propel him to fly. Because the energy doppelganger was completely composed of energy and almost had no mass, it was very easy for the spirit to lift the energy doppelganger. This was also the reason why the energy doppelganger's flying speed was so terrifying. Although David was flying in his original body, he had reached LV5 spirit. Therefore, his body weight was nothing for a LV5 spirit. He didn't even need to use any bloodline strength. Instead, he could reach the speed of a heavenly knight by driving his body with his spirit alone. Coupled with the speed bonus of the Battle Angel Crystal, David could surpass the flying speed of a Sky Knight at full speed. David arrived at the cave in the mountain. He dismantled the ancient mid-sized teleportation gate and stored it in his spatial pendant. When he returned to the main city of Triumph Alliance, he found that the auras of dozens of 5th-level Temple Knight appeared in the city, in the area where a special small teleportation gate was arranged. It seemed that a level 5 Temple Knight had decided to explore Loam Star. David did not want to get involved. He did not go near that side, but went straight to the public portal. "Earl Arthur, where are you going?" The staff of the main city's portal were shrines of war. The shrines were survivors of the previous attack. When they saw David, they bowed respectfully and asked, "Please set the destination to Bama City." David smiled and bowed. He then asked curiously, "Have the rest of the conscripted nobles left?" "Yes, Earl Arthur. You were the last to leave." The priest thought that David had stayed behind on purpose, and his eyes were filled with admiration when he answered. It must be known that the war level of Triumph Alliance had reached level 5. He saw that the nobles were all in a hurry, as if they were fleeing. Looking at Earl Arthur again, he was not in a hurry. David took the 2 Sky Knight back to Bama City. Bama City was still warm and casual, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. David did not go to the villa. He summoned his warhorse and took the 2 Sky Knight out of the city. His goal was the Chinya Manor. The 2 law enforcement Sky Knight in the sky breathed a sigh of relief. They were newly transferred Sky Knights. The first thing they did when they came to Bama City was to familiarize themselves with Earl Arthur's information. Of course, this was not because the Bama City law enforcement team wanted to deal with Earl Arthur. On the contrary, the law enforcement team's purpose was to prevent anyone from offending this crazy Earl. The news from the Main family was that Earl Arthur was recognized as a friend by the Main family. If they offended Earl Arthur, they would be hostile to the Main family. The latest news was that Earl Arthur had completed the main task of the recruitment and saved dozens of nobles who had been recruited. This gave Earl Arthur a group of strong supporters in the noble circle. Earl Arthur was no longer someone that any noble family or organization dared to provoke easily. Once provoked, it was likely to provoke dozens of high-grade nobles and the top noble Main family. No one could afford to pay such a price. Even the Bama Main City law enforcement team didn't want to investigate Earl Arthur without any evidence. David went into seclusion as soon as he returned to the Chinya Manor. The people in the manor were used to their diligent master. Of course, although he was in seclusion, he still contacted Steward Jason to inquire about the latest news of Triumph Star and Loam Star. He would report to him regularly through the communication array every day. David naturally paid attention to the Divine War, but he couldn't always stay on Loam Star. He just needed to wait for the best time to fight for the greatest benefits for himself. Triumph Star's main city, Caxton 5th level Temple Knight, who accepted the exploration mission of Loam Star, stood in front of a small teleportation gate. As for why the Caxton 5th level Temple Knight accepted this obviously dangerous mission, the reason was because of the benefit. The Caxton 5th level Temple Knight's family could barely be regarded as a top noble family. The family was a powerful top noble family 5 generations ago, but in that generation, the family's 5th level Temple Knight fell, causing the family to slowly decline in the following time. In this generation, he was lucky enough to be promoted to a 5th level Temple Knight. Coupled with his brother's management, the family slowly prospered. However, the family's prosperity required a larger territory. This required the Caxton 5th level Temple Knight to obtain merit point. Merit points obtained from ordinary missions could not be exchanged for territory that could move the hearts of top nobles. The merit points obtained from this exploration mission were enough for him to exchange for a very large territory. This was a temptation that he could not refuse. "Are you ready?" Hawthorne 5th level priest of the Just Shrines asked. "Priest Hawthorne, thank you," the Caxton 5th level Temple Knight replied. "Holy Barrier." Hawthorne 5th level priest pointed his scepter at the Caxton 5th level Temple Knight. A white divine rune flew towards the energy avatar of the Caxton 5th level Temple Knight. The Holy Barrier can protect your energy avatar from being corrupted by evil for a day. It is immune to all hypnosis and bewitchment. You must return before it loses its effect. Hawthorne 5th level priest said. The Caxton 5th level Temple Knight felt the Holy Barrier divine rune forming a protective shield around his energy avatar. It was as if his energy avatar was wearing an armor. Although it was just an energy avatar, the Caxton 5th level Temple Knight still took a deep breath and calmed his mind. Then, he nodded to the other 5th level Temple Knights floating in the air and stepped into the portal. When he reappeared, the Caxton 5th level Temple Knight carefully observed his surroundings. He found that he was in a cave covered by a seclusion circle. The person who set up the portal was very careful. He could not help but praise in his mind. The Caxton 5th level Temple Knight walked out of the seclusion circle and walked out of the cave through a passage. He felt an extremely uncomfortable aura. He could not help but frown. This uncomfortable aura would not affect him even if he did not have the protection of the Holy Barrier divine rune. However, he had read the previous report. The 30 Sky Knights who entered Loam were all hypnotized and turned into puppets of the god of plagues, Gladstone. This made him have to be careful. However, the Caxton 5th level Temple Knight was still very confident. He came with an energy avatar. In terms of speed, no one could catch up to his speed unless the gods personally made a move. He rose into the air and prepared to use the speed of his energy avatar to explore the area as quickly as possible. Then, he would quickly return and complete the exploration mission. It should be noted that with the speed of his energy avatar, even if he explored the entire lone planet, it would only take him a few hours at most. The Caxton 5th level Temple Knight flew into the sky. When he felt that something seemed to be wrong above him, he realized that he had fallen into a net. When he'd listened to the earlier reports, there had indeed been reports of a strange energy net surrounding Lone Star, but he hadn't expected the net to be so thick. According to Duke Bertram, who'd returned alive, he'd been trapped by the energy net when he'd brought 3 Sky Knights with him when he'd approached Lone Star. From Duke Bertram's description, the Caxton 5th level Temple Knight found that the energy net around Lone Planet was more than a few thousand meters thick. The Caxton 5th level Temple Knight did not panic. This kind of energy net was a great threat to a 4th level Sky Knight, but it was not very effective against his energy avatar. Especially when Duke Bertram mentioned the process of escape, this gave the Caxton 5th level Temple Knight a way to deal with the energy net. Caxton, a level 5 Temple Knight, mobilized the bloodline power of his energy doppelganger. His bloodline power was much purer than the bloodline power of a Sky Knight. When the bloodline power of a level 5 Temple Knight rushed out, it instantly cut open a crack in the energy net. His energy avatar's speed was even more terrifying. When the crack was about to be repaired, his energy avatar had already left the range of the energy net. You can't fly above 300 meters in the sky of Lone Planet. That's the range of the energy net, the Caxton 5th level Temple Knight said to the alchemy recorder. This information would also become the content of his exploration. In a world that was scorched black everywhere, the god of plague Gladstone sat on his throne expressionlessly. His eyes moved slightly. A 5th level energy avatar. Who the hell sneaked into Lone Planet and built a portal? The god of plague Gladstone said to himself with slight anger. He wasn't angry because of the arrival of the 5th level energy avatar, but because of the portal that appeared out of nowhere. Originally, the god of plague Gladstone planned to use what little divine power he had to set up a defense net around Lone Planet. The defense net wasn't very strong, but this kind of defense net was like a spider's web. As long as anyone touched it, the god of plague Gladstone would know. Moreover, it wasn't easy to pass through the defense net. If a 5th level Temple Knight rushed into the defense net from space and didn't prepare in advance, then it was very likely that he would be trapped inside the defense net. But all of this was because the portal that appeared out of nowhere was broken. With the portal, the defense net became a useless existence. The god of plague Gladstone moved his divine will. In the hundreds of kilometers where the energy avatar of the Caxton 5th level Temple Knight was in contact with the defense net, there were constantly beasts rushing over. No matter what species these beasts were, they all had the same characteristic. Their eyes were all white. The Caxton 5th level Temple Knight didn't know that his carelessness had caused the portal to be exposed again. This time, he controlled the altitude to be 200 meters, turned on the alchemy recorder, and flew away at full speed. He didn't notice the movements of the beasts on the ground. For a powerful 5th level Temple Knight, these beasts weren't worth his attention. Many beasts came to the place where the Caxton 5th level Temple Knight was in contact with the defense net. With this point as the center, the beasts spread out. The beasts used their own abilities, from the ground, to smell, to find traces, and other different abilities to check every inch of the ground. The Caxton 5th level Temple Knight didn't fly for long before he went straight to the sky. In just about an hour, a pangolin entered the cave. "Let me teach you a little lesson," the god of plague Gladstone said in a low voice in the small world. 100 large beasts were selected by the god of plague Gladstone. With a move of his divine will, 100 large beasts turned into a plague pattern and entered the body of 100 large beasts. 100 large beasts rushed into the cave. They entered the cave and ignored the seclusion circle. In front of the god of plague Gladstone, the seclusion circle was a joke. As long as he specified the area, he could see through it at any time. If the god of plague Gladstone was at his peak, he could see through any seclusion circle in the entire Loam star. 100 large beasts rushed into the seclusion circle and rushed into the portal. After the large beasts rushed into the portal, the pangolin bit on its own body and poured its black blood on the portal. The surface of the portal made contact with the black blood and immediately made a hissing sound. Black mist rose from the pattern of the portal. The blue water curtain inside the teleportation gate shook twice as the pattern on the surface of the teleportation gate was destroyed. Then, it suddenly shattered. Next to the small portal in the main city of Triumph, 4 priests were guarding the small portal. When they noticed the abnormality of the portal, they immediately put on their full body armor and took out their weapons. The 4 heavenly officials were all rank 4 heavenly officials. They had learned their lesson from last time, so there were 4 rank 4 heavenly officials guarding this place. Chapter 748. When they saw that it was only a wild boar that rushed out of the portal, the 4 priests were obviously relieved. However, they immediately felt the evil aura coming from the wild boar. It was a wild boar contaminated by an evil god, but the 4 priests didn't care too much about it. This wild boar wasn't even a transcendent creature. It was just an ordinary wild boar. As for being contaminated by an evil god, they knew from the information sent back by the investigation circle that the entire Loam star was covered in bewitching energy. It was normal for this wild boar to be contaminated. Perhaps this wild boar had just entered the portal by accident. If they sent out an alarm because of an ordinary wild boar, the 4 priests would probably become a joke in the future. Just as one of the priests was about to kill the wild boar with a sword, a black and extremely complicated pattern appeared on the wild boar's body. If David was here, he would naturally recognize that it was the plague pattern. Before the priest's sword touched the wild boar, its body swelled. With a loud bang, the wild boar's body turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood that sprayed out in all directions. The black plague pattern, nourished by the flesh and blood, turned into a mist and expanded along with the scattered flesh and blood. The first to bear the brunt was naturally the priest who was about to attack. When he realized that something was wrong, he was already retreating. However, the plague pattern was cast by the god of plague, Gladstone, so it wasn't easy to dodge. Many pieces of flesh hit the priest. The priest's grade 3 armor was instantly corroded, and the black mist spread inwards as if it had a life of its own. It's poisonous. The priest felt his body go numb and couldn't help but shout. He stopped retreating and stood in place. After a breath, the priest's body kept spewing out black mist, and the grade 3 armor was corroded into pieces in a short time. The priest's body began to swell and then exploded. Among the other 3 priests, 2 of them were at the back and were also hit by the fragment. They only lasted for a breath before they followed in the footsteps of the previous priest. After the remaining priest sent out an alarm signal, he was also affected by the explosion of the other 3 priests and exploded with poison. Before he died, he saw many wild beasts coming out of the portal. The poison had no effect on these beasts. Even if they were injured by the fragments of the explosion, they ran in all directions as if they did not feel anything. There was no need for the priests to send out an alarm signal. The commotion here had already alerted the priests on duty nearby. Enemy attack! The heavenly priests shouted as they organized themselves into a night battle formation, preparing to defend against the enemy. However, when they saw the enemy, they couldn't help but be surprised. It was just an ordinary wild beast. When the beast exploded in front of them, they realized the terror of the beast. But it was all too late. Even the tiniest bit of poison above level 5 was enough to kill these level 3 or 4 clerics. Even the power of the bloodline could not withstand the direct attack of the god of plague, Gladstone. In the face of a little trick from a god, these priests were simply courting death. The black fog quickly spread in all directions. The residents of Triumph Union City did not know what was going on and became nutrients for the black fog. All the temple knights and priests of the 5th rank stayed outside the main city. The main city simply couldn't accommodate so many powerhouses of the 5th rank. Even if they were recruited, the shrines could not arrange for a level 5 knight to stay in a small hotel. Not to mention that the hotel was damaged and did not have the qualifications to entertain a level 5 knight. When the energy avatars of the level 5 knight arrived from outside the city, they saw the spreading black fog. There was no breath of life in the black fog. Because the energy avatars were the fastest, the 5 level 5 priests arrived after 10 seconds. All the level 5 masters stood in the air and looked down at Triumph Union City in silence. There was no enemy below, only the evil breath of the evil god was constantly churning and devouring life. Evil removal. The level 5 priest of the war shrines, Heaviside, chanted in his heart for a few seconds. He waved the scepter in his hand and shouted. The evil-dispelling divine spell cast by a level 5 priest was much more powerful than the one Bishop McKinley had cast before. The level 5 priest of the knowledge shrines, Emerson, did not care about the previous conflict. He waved the scepter in his hand and pointed at the pattern of the evil removal divine spell, injecting his energy into it. The other 3 level 5 priests did the same. Combining their power, the evil removal divine spell turned into a giant star and shot out countless beams of white light towards the black mist below. The efforts of the 5 level 5 priests were not in vain. After all, they were not fighting the god of plague Gladstone face to face. This was just a small trick of the god of plague Gladstone. The black fog was constantly thinning, but it did not disappear immediately. After a full 20 minutes, the last trace of black fog disappeared. However, by this time, Triumph City was already beyond recognition. The level 5 priest of the war shrines, Heaviside, gritted his teeth. Many priests of the war shrines had not evacuated yet. Now they were all sacrificed here. In the beginning, the war shrines were in charge of the first recruitment. The war shrines had transferred many priests here. From the blockade of Triumph City to the aftermath, at least 100 priests of the war shrines were left in the main city. At this time, there was not a single living being left in Triumph City. Because the terrifying black fog was silent, it took effect too quickly. After being infected by the black fog, they couldn't even call for help before becoming a part of the black fog. The portal has been discovered again, the level 5 priest of Heaviside said in a deep voice. He didn't mention anything about the death of a priest. It was an honor for any priest to die while carrying out a god's task. However, there was only one possibility for the appearance of these evil things, and that was that the portal had been discovered by the god of plague Gladstone. Last time, the god of plague Gladstone had sent 30 Sky Knight puppets. If David had not acted in time, perhaps all the nobles and knights would have been killed on the spot. This time, because the temple knights of the 5th rank weren't living in the main city, only 100 ordinary beasts were enough to cause such a great loss. Of course, this also had to do with how much divine power the god of plague Gladstone had used. Previously, the god of plague Gladstone had controlled the Sky Knight and learned that there were only a few Sky Knights in Triumph City. Therefore, Gladstone, the god of plague, only needed to use a small amount of divine power to kill all the Sky Knights and the rest of the night. As a weak god, the god of plague Gladstone would not waste his divine power. As long as he could achieve his goal, he would use every bit of divine power reasonably. However, it was different this time. Since the energy clone of the level 5 Holy Knight had been discovered, The god of plague Gladstone had used his divine power to create 100 plague patterns. The importance of each pattern was different. The level 5 priest of the knowledge shrines, Emerson, used his will to scan the city below and exclaimed, "Not good. Not only is the small portal connected to Lone Star corroded, but even the planet-level portal is also corroded." The other level 5 priests all looked in the direction of the giant portal. The portal was now closed, and the patterns on its surface were vaguely seen to be corroded. "Can it be repaired?" The level 5 priest of Hawthorne frowned and asked. Only Emerson, a 5th-rank priest from the Temple of Knowledge, knew about teleportation portals, so he was the one that Hawthorne was asking about. "It can be repaired, but we need at least 5 Grandmaster Alchemists to work together. It will take 10 days to repair." The level 5 priest of Emerson observed and analyzed and gave an accurate result. No one would doubt the analysis of the level 5 priest of the knowledge shrines. This was the best result. First, use the communication circle to contact the Caxton Temple Knight and see how he is doing. Then, tell him the situation here. The level 5 priest of Heaviside reminded. The level 5 priest of Hawthorne nodded and took out the communication circle. He began to contact the level 5 Caxton Temple Knight. First, he tried to contact the energy clone of the level 5 Caxton Temple Knight, but the signal was not connected. Then, he switched to the level 5 Caxton Temple Knight's true body. This time, the connection was successful. "Caxton Temple Knight, is your energy clone okay?" The level 5 priest of Hawthorne asked directly in the air. At this time, there were 49 energy clones of the level 5 Caxton Temple Knight and 5 level 5 priests in the sky. All the participants of this operation were here. Everyone was looking at the communication circle and listening to the process of the communication. The level 5 Caxton Temple Knight didn't know that something had happened, so his voice was very calm. "Priest Hawthorne, everything is fine on my side. I have already scouted half of the area. In 5 hours, I will be able to return." There was a very special connection between the energy clone and the main body. This connection had nothing to do with space. Even if they were separated by a few galaxies, it would not affect the connection between the energy clone and the main body. Everything that the energy clone sensed could be sensed by the main body. This was like a soul controlling 2 bodies. It was a bit like multitasking, but the special nature of the energy clone made it possible for this to happen very far apart. "Caxton Temple Knight, you better find a place to hide immediately. The portal has been discovered. You will not be able to return to Planet Triumph for the time being." The level 5 priest of Hawthorne told the level 5 Caxton Temple Knight the truth. The level 5 Caxton Temple Knight who was sitting in the castle turned pale. The portal had been discovered, which meant that his energy clone was trapped on planet Lumbu. Just thinking about that super thick defensive net, it was almost impossible to leave Lumbu star. It should be known that the bloodline power of his energy doppelganger was limited. If he wanted to rush out of such a thick defensive net, he would have to exhaust the bloodline power of his energy doppelganger. Although planet Lumbu was very large, and as long as he hid, it would not be easy for the god of plague Gladstone to find him. But when he thought about how he was on the same planet as an ancient god, and how this planet was forcibly occupied by an ancient god, he was full of worry about his energy clone. But since things had come to this, the level 5 Caxton Temple Knight could only control his energy clone to hide and wait for the shrines to come up with a solution. Previously, the level 5 Caxton Temple Knight was flying at top speed and did not pay special attention to the situation around him. Besides, he had not encountered any powerful creatures, so naturally he did not pay special attention. Now that he heard that the portal had been discovered and needed to hide, he could not help but pay attention to the situation around him. Soon, the level 5 Caxton Temple Knight discovered something. Whether it was the birds in the sky or the small animals on the ground, their eyes were all white. Even the fish in the river were the same. It seemed that every pair of eyes was looking at him with a kind of ridicule. This was the feeling of the Level 5 Caxton Temple Knight. As a Level 5 Caxton Temple Knight, even if this was just an energy clone, he still believed in his own feelings. The Level 5 Caxton Temple Knight also understood why he was discovered. The god of plagues, Gladstone, had bewitched all the birds, beasts, and fish into his eyes. What he did not know was that if he had arrived earlier, these birds, beasts, and fish would not have appeared. It was because the 30 Sky Knights had entered Loam through the portal that the god of plagues, Gladstone, had gathered all the birds, beasts, and fish to scatter and set up a surveillance network all over the planet. The Level 5 Caxton Temple Knight did not kill these creatures because it would be useless. Even if he kept killing in the sky and in the water, he would only be able to kill a small portion of them. This would only waste the bloodline power of his energy clone. He suddenly accelerated. He did not believe that there was no place on the planet that was safe. It was impossible that the entire planet was being monitored by the creatures controlled by the god of plagues, Gladstone. The Level 5 Caxton Temple Knight quickly searched around Loam. The Level 5 Caxton Temple Knight on Triumph had returned to their tents, so this side was not affected at all. The news had already been sent out. Although there was no backup portal here, there were too many energy clones of the Level 5 Caxton Temple Knight. Every Level 5 Caxton Temple Knight's energy clone carried a long-range item teleportation circle with them. Although this kind of long-range item teleportation circle could only teleport small items, it could still be used by disassembling a single teleportation circle into small pieces. It was just that the process was more complicated. In the War Shrines, Bishop McKinley, who had returned to report, received the news from Triumph. His face was gloomy. Although the operation after that had nothing to do with him, he had also stayed in Triumph for some time. He did not expect that Triumph would be destroyed as soon as he returned. Of course, Bishop McKinley could not help but feel lucky. If he did not return, with his strength as a Level 4 priest, he would have stayed in the main city and his name would be on the death list. Chapter 749. Bishop McKinley, after the portal on planet Triumph is restored, do you have a way to rebuild it? The Archbishop of the War Shrines asked Bishop McKinley. The Archbishop knew that Bishop McKinley had sent people to build the portals on planet Triumph and planet Triumph, which was why he asked this question. I don't have absolute confidence. The difficulty of rebuilding the portal will increase every time. Bishop McKinley did not dare to guarantee anything. I'm just asking about rebuilding the portal. If there is no way to rebuild it, I might have to invite you over. The Archbishop smiled and nodded. Bishop McKinley did not guarantee anything, but the Archbishop understood the meaning behind his words. Although it was difficult to rebuild the portal, it was not impossible. This could be used as a bargaining chip for the shrines of the war to obtain more power from the other shrines in this divine war. No matter which shrines it was, they all had the same attitude towards the god of plague Gladstone. This was a rare opportunity to train their troop. As for the outcome of the divine war, the shrines had never doubted it. As early as when they discovered the god of plague Gladstone, the shrines did not discuss how to fight the god of plague Gladstone, but how to distribute the spoils of war from the god of plague Gladstone. There had not been a major war in the great world of God for many years. Although there were constant wars on planet Warstar, they were only level 4 and below. Even level 4 Sky Knights were restricted from fighting there. Now, there were many high-level knights in the great world of God, but there had not been a high-level war for a long time, so there was no way to train high-level knights. In particular, level 5 knights were becoming more and more ostentatious, but they were also becoming more and more afraid of death. They had completely lost the spirit that a knight should have. The god of plague, Gladstone, was an opportunity. Through this divine battle, even a 5th-level holy knight would feel threatened and gain experience. Yes, Archbishop. Your orders are always at your disposal. Bishop McKinley bowed and replied. Outside the main city of Planet Triumph, it did not take long to build a temporary portal. Soon, a medium-sized portal was built outside the golden tent in the tent camp. With the shrine's appearance, the 5 Grandmaster Alchemists were also summoned to repair the planet-level portal. At the same time, he had to find a way to retrieve Caxton's Level 5 Temple Knight's energy doppelganger and rebuild the teleportation gate. These two matters were actually one mission. Rebuild the teleportation gate and let Caxton's Level 5 Temple Knight's energy avatar return through the gate. Within the golden tent, the energy clones of the 49 5th rank knight and the 5 5th rank priests were all present. Everyone, this is a mission to rebuild the portal. You need to sneak into Lone Star. As for the construction of the portal, it will be completed by the mission taker using the Master Alchemist in the summoning ring. Heaviside of the War Shrines announced in a deep voice. Although a Master Alchemist had a high status in the great world of God, it was still very easy for the shrines to invite a Master Alchemist who dared to take risk. As long as they were recruited from the believers, the Master Alchemist would only feel supreme glory. It must be known that in the great world of God, only high-ranking nobles had the qualifications to be recruited by the shrines. Even a Sky Knight could only participate in the recruitment with high-ranking nobles. It was simply impossible for a normal person to put a Master Alchemist in the summoning ring. However, the mission taker was a Level 5 Temple Knight. No matter if it was due to the trust or status of the Master Alchemist, they could only obey. The environment in the summoning ring was extremely claustrophobic. Without a strong psychological endurance, one would go crazy after staying in there for a few days. After entering the summoning ring, one's life would no longer be under one's control. If something happened to the person carrying the summoning ring, then the person in the summoning ring would be locked inside until they starved to death. As such, very few people were willing to enter the summoning ring. As long as they didn't want to enter the summoning ring, they wouldn't be able to be put into the summoning ring. The mission reward is 15 major merits. Heaviside continued. The eyes of many of the Level 5 Temple Knights who were reluctant to accept the mission immediately lit up. Missions with major merits were very rare. Even if a Level 5 Temple Knight was powerful, it was very rare for them to be able to obtain major merit. Not only could major merits increase one's rank, but they were also necessary to exchange for a super large territory. For the sake of their family's development, a mission with a reward of 15 major merits was definitely worth the risk. I'm willing to go. Blower Temple Knight was the first to speak. The other Level 5 Temple Knights were very vexed. They also wanted to accept the mission, but they were a step too late. Blower Temple Knight, please prepare yourself. There will be a spaceship taking you to the outskirts of Planet Loam. Heaviside nodded. Every one of them was a Temple Knight of the 5th rank, and whoever took the mission first would have no one else to fight over it. The Blower Temple Knight received a summoning ring with a Master Alchemist on standby. There was also a spatial ring with all the items needed to set up a teleportation gate. The energy clone of the Caxton Temple Knight, who was still looking for a hiding place on Planet Loam, received a message from Planet Triumph. Of course, this message was conveyed through the main body of the Caxton Temple Knight. However, this was of no help to him. After more than 20 hours of searching, he found that no matter where he was, he couldn't escape the surveillance of the God of Plagues, Gladstone. Even if he found a place where there were no living creatures, such places were very rare. Gladstone, the God of Plague, could easily calculate his general location based on his movements. The only thing the Caxton Temple Knight could do now was to constantly move. Through this method, the God of Plagues wouldn't be able to lock onto his position. Thus, he could buy time for the shrines to come to his rescue. However, the Caxton Temple Knight discovered a big problem. The effect of the Holy Barrier divine spell on his body was slowly weakening. Once the holy barrier divine spell disappeared, his energy clone would lose its protection against spiritual hypnosis and bewitchment. The energy doppelganger of a 5th-rank temple knight was indeed very powerful, possessing an unparalleled speed advantage. As long as the energy doppelganger's bloodline power wasn't used up, it could rely on its speed to come and go as it pleased, taking the initiative in battle. However, the energy clone wasn't without its flaws. The energy clone was created by a level 5 temple knight by cutting off a part of his soul. Although this part of the soul could think in sync with the main soul due to a special connection, the energy clone didn't have a real body. This part of the soul was equivalent to being protected by a ball of energy. The energy clone couldn't use any equipment to protect the soul. Even the techniques to protect the soul couldn't be used on the energy clone. This made the energy clone extremely susceptible to hypnosis and bewitchment. Of course, this weakness wasn't considered a weakness under normal circumstances. This was because in order to hypnotize and bewitch the energy clone of a level 5 temple knight, one would need to have at least level 5 spirit. Not to mention level 5 spirit among the followers of evil, even within the major shrines, there were very few priests who had level 5 spirit. Those who specialized in hypnosis and bewitchment were even rarer. But this time was different. The energy clone of the Caxton Temple Knight was facing the god of plagues Gladstone, a true ancient god. No matter how weak an ancient god was, his strength was still far beyond level 5. Not to mention, from the previous situation, it could be seen that the god of plagues Gladstone was an expert in hypnosis and bewitchment. This made the Caxton Temple Knight even more worried. The energy clone of the Caxton Temple Knight was flying above the surface of the sea. There were only a few seabirds flying in the sky. The rest of the sea fishes were swimming under the water. This gave him a sense of security. He looked at the white armor created by the divine barrier divine spell on his body slowly fading. In the end, the divine barrier divine spell turned into a few specks of starlight and disappeared. After losing the protection of the divine barrier, the Caxton Temple Knight could clearly feel the hypnotic energy on the surface of Loam Star. Fortunately, this hypnotic energy didn't exceed level 4, so its effect on him was limited. A seabird in the distance glanced at Caxton's 5th-rank Temple Knight energy clone with its white eyes. This pair of eyes was full of scrutiny, as if a dragon was looking at an ant. The Caxton Temple Knight felt a chill in his heart. His eyes met with the seabird's eyes. Almost instinctively, he waved his hand and a bloodline power flew out and hit the seabird's body. The seabird's body exploded in the air and turned into a cloud of black mist. "It's him," the Caxton Temple Knight muttered to himself. The feeling of being stared at by his natural enemy made him immediately understand that it was the god of plague Gladstone who was staring at him. Fortunately, the brain capacity of the seabird was too small. Even the god of plague Gladstone couldn't use the body of a seabird to perform a mental attack on the energy clone of a level 5 temple knight. If the god of plague Gladstone added a little bit of mental power, the seabird's body would explode and die. Caxton's level 5 Templar Knight knew the name of the god of plague Gladstone, but he didn't dare to call him by his name. On a planet occupied by the god of plague Gladstone, the consequences of calling the god of plague Gladstone's name were unimaginable. More seabirds flew over, and their numbers were increasing. Every seabird would stop a few dozen meters away from the energy clone of the Caxton Temple Knight and quietly look at him with its white eyes. The strange feeling almost drove Caxton, a level 5 temple knight, crazy. He was facing a god. Whenever he thought of this, he would shiver all over. Born in the great world of God, he received the supreme education of the gods from a young age. Although he had become a level 5 temple knight and was in control of his own destiny, the influence of the gods was still great. The Caxton Temple Knight was now alone on a planet occupied by an ancient god. He was being watched by an ancient god, and the shrines who came to his rescue would need at least 30 hours of flight to reach here. After Caxton's 5th level Temple Knight killed hundreds of seabirds in a row, he gave up on killing seabirds because it was meaningless. Not to mention how many seabirds there were on planet Loam, just the number of seabirds in this sea region alone was difficult to kill. If the Caxton Temple Knight's main body was here, it would be easy for him to kill all life on the planet. However, the bloodline power in his energy clone was limited. Instead of wasting his precious bloodline power, it was better to leave this place. With that thought in mind, the Caxton Temple Knight controlled his energy clone to descend and fly away close to the surface of the sea. With the speed of the energy clone, these seabirds would not be able to catch up. Just as the Caxton Temple Knight was flying close to the surface of the sea, countless flying fishes flew out from the surface of the sea. The number of flying fishes was unimaginable. Under the control of the god of plague Gladstone, they all flew out from the surface of the sea. No matter how fast the energy clone of the Caxton Temple Knight was, it could not dodge all of them within a range of a few thousand meters. Die! The Caxton Temple Knight yelled. These flying fishes did not have any combat power. No matter how many of them there were, they would not be a threat. The energy clone unleashed his bloodline power. All of the flying fishes within 100 meters of the Caxton Temple Knight's energy clone were crushed into fine powder. However, the moment the flying fishes died, their bodies also turned into a black mist. The black mist formed by the flying fishes completely surrounded the energy clone of the Caxton Temple Knight. The Caxton Temple Knight turned his bloodline power into an armor. At this moment, he did not dare to be stingy with his bloodline power and flew away at full speed. It was not that he did not want to fly higher, but countless seabirds formed a black cloud and were waiting for him. The flying fishes exploded one after another as the Caxton Temple Knight flew through the clouds. The amount of black mist on the energy clone also increased. A hissing sound could be heard between the bloodline power armor and the black mist. The Caxton Temple Knight could feel the bloodline power in his energy clone being consumed at a crazy rate. The Caxton Temple Knight rushed out of the range of the flying fishes. However, he did not feel that he had escaped at all. This was because he saw more and more fishes jumping out of the sea. Not only the flying fishes, there were also swordfish and other fishes that could jump out of the water. At this moment, he felt like he was fighting against the entire world. Run! This was the only thought in the Caxton Temple Knight's mind. He could feel his bloodline power constantly being consumed as he rushed through the line of defense formed by the fishes and seabirds. Every time he rushed past a fish or seabird, a trace of black mist would appear on his body. The Caxton Temple Knight never knew that there could be so many fishes in the sea. 10 minutes later, he finally escaped the encirclement of the fishes and seabirds with great difficulty. At this time, his energy clone was a lot more transparent than before. This was the state of his bloodline power being consumed too much. Moreover, the level of this black mist was not high, but it could not be expelled from his body. It was like a gangrene attached to his bones. Chapter 750. His bloodline power was constantly being depleted. Although it wasn't as serious as when he was surrounded by fishes and seabirds, it was still extremely dangerous at a time like this. Caxton's 5th-tier Temple Knight took out a communication spell formation in the castle and contacted the 5th-tier Priest Hawthorne of the Shrines of Justice. Priest Hawthorne, when will the reinforcements from the shrines arrive? My energy clone's condition is very bad, and I'm afraid it won't last much longer. Although the 5th-tier Temple Knight knew that reinforcements wouldn't come quickly, he still requested help from the shrines. Caxton Temple Knight, Blower Temple Knight is on his way to planet Loam. Please don't worry, he has the Master Alchemist and the teleportation gate components. Once he arrives, he can open the teleportation gate for you, and you can return immediately. Priest Hawthorne explained. Only the Blower Temple Knight is coming? Are you sending him to his death? Caxton's 5th-tier Temple Knight finally couldn't hold it in anymore, and roared angrily. He didn't want to lose his energy clone. Although losing his energy clone wouldn't harm his life, it would have a huge impact on him. It was exactly because of this that Caxton's 5th-tier Temple Knight was so rude. Otherwise, he wouldn't be angry at Priest Hawthorne of the Shrines of Justice. Caxton's 5th-tier Temple Knight was looking forward to the arrival of reinforcements, but he heard that only the Blower Temple Knight would come to his rescue. Judging from his experience on Planet Loam, even if the energy clone of the Blower Temple Knight could successfully enter Planet Loam, it would only be in the same situation as him. Caxton Temple Knight, this is the will of the Shrines. If you have any complaints, you can raise them with the Shrines. Although Priest Hawthorne's status in the Shrines of Justice wasn't very high, it was much higher than that of the Caxton Temple Knight. When he heard the Caxton Temple Knight was angry at him, he naturally didn't have a good expression. "Then I wish you success," Caxton's 5th-tier Temple Knight said in a deep voice, and then closed the communication spell formation. Caxton's 5th-tier Temple Knight flipped the table in front of him, and the table was smashed into pieces by the huge force. He didn't know why he got angry so easily, but the 5th-tier Temple Knight was unable to control his emotions when he was alone, so he didn't pay too much attention to himself. In fact, at this time, on the Loam Star, the soul of the 5th-rank Temple Knight Caxton's doppelganger was faintly seething with black smoke. As the bloodline power of the Caxton's 5th-tier Temple Knight decreased, the resistance of the energy clone also decreased a lot. The originally harmless hypnotic energy had some effect on him, and the black mist outside his energy clone was not only highly toxic, but also had a bewitching effect. Unknowingly, the part of his soul inside his energy clone was affected. Caxton's 5th-tier Temple Knight was in contact with Priest Hawthorne, so he didn't notice this change. That's why he got so emotional. In the golden tent of Triumph's camp, Priest Hawthorne's face was very bad. After becoming a 5th-tier priest, he almost never encountered a situation where someone got angry at him. "Priest Hawthorne, what happened?" Priest Heaviside asked when he saw Hawthorne's face. "I just contacted the Caxton Temple Knight. He complained about the Shrine's failure to rescue him. His attitude is a bit bad." Priest Hawthorne shook his head and said, "Not good. I'm afraid the Caxton Temple Knight is in trouble. Quickly contact him again." Priest Heaviside was stunned. He immediately thought of a possibility and quickly said, "Unlike Hawthorne, who was a 5th-rank priest, Heaviside, who was a bystander, noticed that something was wrong. As a 5th-tier Temple Knight, even if Caxton lost his energy clone, he shouldn't complain to Priest Hawthorne of the Just Shrines. At least, he should maintain the most basic etiquette. How could someone who could become a 5th-tier Temple Knight lose control of his emotions? If he lost control of his emotions, then there was only one conclusion. Caxton's 5th-tier Temple Knight was probably influenced by the god of plague, Gladstone. Hawthorne's 5th-level priest also suddenly woke up. The anger of Caxton's 5th-level Temple Knight was too sudden. At their level, unless it was a life-and-death enemy, they wouldn't roar in front of them. Besides, Caxton's 5th-tier Temple Knight was on a mission. Before the mission, he already knew how difficult it would be. Otherwise, the Shrines wouldn't pay such a high price to issue a mission. Priest Hawthorne quickly took out the communication circle again and tried to contact the Caxton's 5th-tier Temple Knight. However, he couldn't connect. On Loam's planet, the energy clone of Caxton's 5th-tier Temple Knight was completely covered in black. He floated motionlessly on the surface of the sea. Inside the body of the energy clone, his soul was trying its best to get rid of the black smoke. When the Caxton's 5th-tier Temple Knight was focused, he naturally quickly found out that something was wrong with the energy clone. When the 5th-tier priest Hawthorne activated the communication circle, all of his attention was focused on dealing with the abnormal energy in the soul of the energy clone. Under the water of the energy clone, a huge figure appeared. It was a transcendent deep-sea octopus. It was also one of the few creatures that the god of plague, Gladstone, found that could support his spirit. The power of a transcendent deep-sea octopus was nothing to a fifth-tier temple knight. Even a second-tier knight couldn't win against it. However, the energy clone of Caxton's fifth-tier temple knight was fully focused on dealing with the abnormal energy in his soul. He didn't have the spare energy to observe the situation around him. The seawater rose. Layers upon layers of seawater rose up as if they were building a high-rise building. They formed a thick water column and came to the side of the energy clone. The huge head of the transcendent deep-sea octopus emerged from the seawater. Its pair of white eyes stared at the energy clone of Caxton's fifth-tier temple knight. Invisible spirit energy drew an ancient pattern in the air. The pattern flew towards the defenseless energy clone. The god of plague, Gladstone, was personally dealing with the fifth-tier temple knight of Caxton. The energy clone originally lacked the ability to defend against spirit attack. How could it defend against the spirit attack of the god of plague, Gladstone? What was even more frightening was that the god of plague didn't only want to kill the energy clone. He wanted to use the energy clone to attack the main body of Caxton's fifth-tier temple knight. The soul connection between the energy clone and the main body was both an advantage and a fatal weakness. The ancient pattern drawn by the god of plague, Gladstone, was a type of soul control pattern. He didn't intend to use up his divine power. He chose the most suitable method of attack. Drawing the soul control pattern with the spirit not only provided the best method of attack, but it also didn't consume much divine power. Of course, it wasn't easy to use the soul control pattern. It required the target to be immobile for a period of time. The current Caxton's fifth-tier temple knight was in such a state. The soul control pattern entered the energy clone. As soon as it entered the soul of Caxton's fifth-tier temple knight, the Caxton's fifth-tier temple knight noticed it. He wanted to block the soul control pattern, but he found that he couldn't do it. At this moment, the Caxton's fifth-tier temple knight wanted to self-destruct the energy clone. This way, he could cut off the connection with the main body. But at this moment, he hesitated. No matter which fifth-tier temple knight, when faced with the choice of abandoning their energy clone, they would hesitate. But sometimes, a moment of hesitation was fatal. The soul control pattern emitted a black light in the soul of the energy clone. The Caxton's fifth-tier temple knight's control over the energy clone disappeared. At this moment, he couldn't self-destruct the energy clone even if he wanted to. To make matters worse, the soul control pattern drawn by the god of plague, after gaining control over the soul of the energy clone, continued to invade the main soul of the Caxton's fifth-tier temple knight. If the Caxton's fifth-tier temple knight wasn't affected by the abnormal energy and lost control of his emotions, he might have been able to resist for a while longer. Facing the invasion of the soul control pattern from the god of plague, the main soul of the Caxton's fifth-tier temple knight didn't last long before it was affected by the god of plague. However, it would still take some time to completely control the Caxton's fifth-tier temple knight. The Caxton's fifth-tier temple knight was in his own castle. No one would come to disturb his main body in his room. This should have been a good thing, but because of this reason, no one noticed the abnormality in his main body. The fifth-tier knight Hawthorne wasn't able to contact the Caxton's fifth-tier knight. Neither he nor the fifth-tier priest Heaviside expected that something would happen to the main body of the Caxton's fifth-tier temple knight. They only guessed that it was his energy clone that was in trouble. Therefore, they could only hope that the Blower's fifth-tier temple knight could reach planet Loam as soon as possible and complete the mission of building the teleportation gate. They hoped that they could save the energy clone of the Caxton's fifth-tier temple knight before something happened to it. No one knew that in the room of the Caxton's fifth-tier temple knight's castle, his pupils were slowly disappearing and his main soul was being corrupted by darkness. This was also related to the fact that the shrines hadn't been in contact with the ancient gods for a long time. Although there was a lot of information about the ancient gods recorded in the shrines, it still required experience to use this information in a real battle. It wasn't just the 5th-tier Temple Knight who lacked experience in fighting against the ancient gods. Even the 5 5th-tier shrines sent out by the shrines lacked experience in this aspect. Otherwise, if someone discovered that something was wrong with the Caxton's 5th-tier Temple Knight, any high-tier priest would be able to remove the soul control pattern from his soul. The energy clone of the Blower's 5th-tier Temple Knight finally arrived in the outer space of planet Loam. A 4th-tier priest on the spaceship blessed him with a holy barrier. After sensing the holy barrier on his body, he nodded to the 4th-tier priest before leaving the spaceship and flying toward planet Loam. As more and more information gathered, the Blower's 5th-tier Temple Knight also gained some understanding of the defensive net surrounding planet Loam. He didn't understand how the nobles who had been recruited before were able to break through the defensive net and enter planet Loam. However, in his mind, if even the 4th-tier nobles who had been recruited could break through the defensive net, then a 5th-tier Temple Knight like himself shouldn't have any problems. This was also why he had the confidence to accept this mission even though he knew that planet Loam was dangerous. The power of the bloodline in the energy clone surged, and the power of the bloodline transformed into a white sword that was the same size as the energy clone. The energy clone pushed the white sword forward at full speed toward planet Loam. The Blower's 5th-tier Temple Knight's idea was very simple. He wanted to use the speed of the energy clone and the sharpness of the sword formed by the power of the 5th-tier bloodline to pierce a path through the defensive net in one go. The energy clone's speed became faster and faster. It was so fast that the 4th-tier priest on the spaceship could only see a thin white line flying through the air even after using his Eagle Eye Divine spell. This time, the spaceship didn't immediately depart. The 4th-tier priest maintained contact with planet Kai Lien the entire time, and reported the situation to him as soon as possible. The Blower's 5th-tier Temple Knight's idea was very good. He used the power of the bloodline to form a sword, and pushed it forward at full speed by the energy clone. He could only hear the sound of the sword tearing through the defensive net, and the sword was almost unstoppable in the first few hundred meters. When it reached 1,000 meters, the speed of the sword was forced to slow down. The momentum of the charge was exhausted, and the resistance also increased. However, the Blower's 5th-tier Temple Knight was still very confident. He used the power of the bloodline to propel himself forward while replenishing the power of the sword. Even though the speed of the sword was slowed down, the momentum of his advance wasn't affected too much. In his mind, the defensive net couldn't be too thick. However, it was quite clear that the Caxton 5th-tier Temple Knight didn't inform the shrines of the thickness of the defensive net through the communication spell formation. This caused his judgment to be wrong. Most importantly, the Blower's 5th-tier Temple Knight had underestimated the fearsomeness of the defensive net. Unbeknownst to him, David had successfully entered planet Lumbu twice, and neither of those times had been through the defensive net. This misjudgment caused him to pay a price. When he reached 2,500 meters, his momentum came to a halt. Due to the slowing down of the Blower's 5th-tier Temple Knight, the defensive net that had been broken in front of him was closing up again, and the energy clone was locked in place. As such, the Blower's 5th-tier Temple Knight had no choice but to stop and deal with this situation. However, after he stopped, he couldn't charge forward anymore. Countless thin threads of the defensive net were entangled around his energy clone. He had expended too much of his bloodline power before, and if he wanted to advance now, he could only forcefully use his bloodline power to cut open a path. In a small world, the god of plagues, Gladstone, was looking at the energy clone of the Blower's 5th-tier Temple Knight through a screen of light. It was as if he was looking at a bug caught in a spider's web. Chapter 751. The energy clone of the 5th-tier Blower Holy Temple Knight that was trapped in midair was constantly expending the bloodline power in his body as he slowly descended. He didn't dare to look back, as he was 100% sure that the bloodline power in his body wouldn't be able to support him from where he had come from. The 5th-tier Blower Holy Temple Knight only had one path to take, and that was to use his bloodline power to form a sword blade to open up a path for his energy clone to follow. However, he had to expend a lot more bloodline power to separate the thin net around his energy clone every time. He couldn't understand how the knight that had entered Loam's Star was able to do it. If he had come in his true form as a 5th-tier Holy Temple Knight, perhaps he would have been able to break through this defensive net. However, the bloodline power in his energy clone's body was like water without a source, and it was very limited. After the energy clone of the 5th-tier Blower Holy Temple Knight crossed a distance of 5,000 meters, he was unable to advance any further. The bloodline power in his energy clone's body was so thin that it could only barely protect itself, and it had no energy left to advance any further. "I'm trapped," the 5th-tier Blower Holy Temple Knight in his own castle murmured to himself in a resigned manner. Without any hesitation, he reported his situation to the 5th-tier priests on planet Triumph. In reality, there was no need for the 5th-tier Blower Holy Temple Knight's report. The 5th-tier priests had already received the report from the 4th-tier priest in space, and knew that their plan to enter Loam's Star had failed. Now, even the energy clone of the 5th-tier Blower Holy Temple Knight was going to be sacrificed, let alone the energy clone of the 5th-tier Caxton Knight. The energy clone of the 5th-tier Blower Holy Temple Knight that was trapped in midair saw a giant falcon flying toward him. What he found strange was that this giant falcon was able to ignore the defensive net that was able to trap his energy clone, and flew right in front of him. The 5th-tier Blower Holy Temple Knight could sense the giant falcon's level. This was only a transcendent creature, so no matter how weak his energy clone was, a transcendent creature of this level wouldn't be able to harm it in the slightest. However, the 5th-tier Blower Holy Temple Knight soon discovered that something was amiss. The giant falcon was constantly flying around him, and the defensive net that was trapping him was tightening even more. This forced the Avatar to increase the consumption of its bloodline power to resist the defensive net. At the same time, the divine spell Divine Barrier was also being consumed at an accelerated rate. The divine spell Divine Barrier, which could have lasted for 24 hours, would disappear in 10 minutes at most. "We meet again, everyone." Bishop McKinley smiled and bowed to the 5 5th-tier priests. Bishop McKinley's to thank you. Apart from the 5th-tier priest Heaviside, who was also a war shrines, the other 5th-tier priests all had dark expressions on their faces, but they could only say so. The 5 5th-tier shrines reported the situation to their respective shrines, and the 5 shrines had a discussion. In the end, the war shrines received the benefits and sent Bishop McKinley here. "Well said, I'm very honored to be able to help," Bishop McKinley said with a smile. "Currently, there are 2 energy clones of the Knight that are trapped on planet Lumbu. Even if we want to rescue them, we will have to rebuild the teleportation gate. You have experience in this matter, so please take care of it," the 5th-tier priest Hawthorne pleaded. Even though the 5th-tier Caxton Knight was angry at him, the 5th-tier priest Hawthorne still hoped to rescue the energy clone of the 5th-tier Caxton Knight to show that the shrines weren't useless. Bishop McKinley waved his hand and asked, "That's why I'm here. What's the reward for rebuilding the teleportation gate?" The previous reward was 15 merit points. The Knight of the Blower Temple accepted the mission, and it has been confirmed that he failed. The reward for the subsequent mission will be increased to 17 merit points. The 5th-tier priest Hawthorne replied. "All right, I'll think of a way right away," Bishop McKinley said with a smile. The second time he built the teleportation gate, Bishop McKinley had to sacrifice his face and pay a favor to Count Arthur. Now, with a mission of 17 merit points, he didn't need to pay a favor. He could use the reward to invite Count Arthur to help. If there wasn't enough reward, Bishop McKinley would be too embarrassed to invite Count Arthur. Without any hesitation, Bishop McKinley went to Planet Bama through the temporary teleportation gate. As soon as he appeared in Bama City, Minister of Public Security Fraser and Chief Enforcer Clarence, who had been waiting there for a long time, quickly came forward to greet him. As a bishop of the war shrines, his status in the secular world was very terrifying. Bishop McKinley was coming to Bama City, and the shrines had sent priests to inform the Noble Affairs Office and the law enforcement team of Bama City in advance. The two people in charge of the Noble Affairs Office and the law enforcement team were waiting there immediately. "Prepare a carriage for me. I need to visit Count Arthur immediately." Bishop McKinley didn't stand on ceremony, and ordered after nodding slightly. "Lord Bishop, Count Arthur is currently at the Chinya Manor outside the city. I'll arrange a carriage right away," Chief Enforcer Clarence said with a bow. "Chinya Manor? Then I'll go there myself. A carriage is too slow." Bishop McKinley shook his head when he heard that Count Arthur wasn't in the main city. After that, he took out an alchemy flying carriage from his spatial ring and sat in it before rising into the sky. Minister of Public Security Fraser and Chief Enforcer Clarence looked at each other. They were both relieved. If they had really investigated Count Arthur before, they would be in big trouble now. No one would have thought that Count Arthur not only had the main family background, but also had connections with the war shrines. Normally, shrines would be summoned directly if they had any matters. But this time, they saw a bishop of the war shrines personally visit Count Arthur. What did this mean? In the hearts of the two officials, Count Arthur's status had risen again, and he was listed as one of the existences that couldn't be provoked in Bama Star. Bishop McKinley looked at the alchemy map as he drove the alchemy flying carriage towards the target location. However, when he was about 10 kilometers away from the Chinya Manor, he felt a surge of energy. The Chinya Manor was like an energy black hole, and the energy of the entire area was surging in that direction. Bishop McKinley's spirit had reached level 4, so he could sense the changes in the energy in the air. "Is that Earl Arthur?" Bishop McKinley muttered to himself in shock. This kind of energy reaction didn't seem like something that an Earth Knight could stir up. At this time, David had just finished a session of cultivation. He withdrew his mind and immediately sensed that there was a powerful spirit master nearby. Level 5 spirit made his senses extremely sharp, and needless to say, Bishop McKinley didn't restrain his spirit. Bishop McKinley was here to visit David, so he naturally wouldn't restrain his spirit. David's heart skipped a beat. He was aware of the energy that he attracted during his cultivation, so he had been hiding in the Chinya Manor to cultivate, and didn't stay in Bama Star City. Now that Bishop McKinley had discovered it, he had to have an explanation to prevent Bishop McKinley from making wild guesses. Thinking of this, David looked at the 15 Sky Knights standing in the training room, and thought to himself that he might as well take this opportunity to expose the hidden Sky Knight. Although the sudden appearance of so many Sky Knights was somewhat eye-catching, among the nobles, there were also some Sky Knights who had unexpectedly broken through. In the whole great world of God, it was inconspicuous. With a wave of his hand, David found a set of formal attire from the space pendant and changed into it, then walked out of the training room. "Earl Arthur, please forgive me for visiting so abruptly." Bishop McKinley smiled and bowed as he looked at David and the 15 Sky Knights standing at the side. He had some doubts about the previous surge of energy, but after seeing so many Sky Knight, he guessed the reason. 15 Sky Knight gathered together to cultivate, in addition to setting up a spirit-gathering formation, could possibly cause a large-scale concentration of energy. Bishop McKinley also didn't believe that David, an Earth Knight, could attract such a large amount of energy. "Bishop McKinley, you are an important guest," David greeted with a smile. After sitting down in the living room, David didn't wait for the servants to bring him drinks. Instead, he took out 2 bowls of heartwarming lotus seed soup from his space item. Earl Arthur knows me well. Bishop McKinley couldn't help but smile when he saw the heartwarming lotus seed soup. This is the only specialty I can give you. David made an inviting gesture. This time, I came here to ask you to go to Lone Star again. Bishop McKinley took a sip of the heartwarming lotus seed soup, and savored it before putting down the small bowl. What? The portal was discovered again? David was really shocked this time. He was sure that the cave he chose to hide in would not be discovered so easily. Was the god of plague Gladstone so powerful? But if the god of plague Gladstone was so powerful, he should have discovered the ancient mid-sized portal in the Safe House's cave long ago. I don't know the details, but I think the knight who went to carry out the mission was careless. Bishop McKinley sighed softly. He then smiled and said, "This mission was issued by the shrines, and the reward is 17 merit points. Since you've come in person, how can I refuse?" David nodded with a smile. Bishop McKinley was overjoyed. David was as straightforward as ever and immediately agreed. "Then let's go to Triumph Star now and get the portal and barrier circle there." Bishop McKinley drank the heartwarming lotus seed soup in one gulp and stood up. "Wait a moment, I'll go prepare." David also stood up and said. When the two of them got into Bishop McKinley's alchemy flying car, David was still with Knight Mark and Knight Garland. Bishop McKinley never asked about the Sky Knight. With the speed of David's rise, it was impossible for him not to have secrets. If David was still weak, Bishop McKinley might have pursued his secrets. But now, David had already risen in power. He was on good terms with the main family and had 15 Sky Knights as his subordinates. In order to maintain his friendship with David, Bishop McKinley would not ask more about David's secrets. When he came to Triumph Star again, David found that the portal was located outside the city. It was surrounded by huge tents, and the nearest tent was a golden one. He knew where he was. This was the camp of the rank 5 powerhouses that he had avoided before leaving Triumph Star. He did not expect that David would return here a few days later and teleport into the camp of the rank 5 powerhouses. David also had some doubts in his heart. Why didn't they use the planet-level portal? The portal in the camp was a temporary portal. This kind of portal should not be used in war. The number of people that could pass through the temporary portal at the same time was limited, but the planet-level portal did not have this restriction. Earl Arthur, the news of the war here has not spread, so you still don't know the situation before. Triumph Star City was affected by the highly toxic poison. The entire city was corroded, and even the large portal was damaged. Now, 5 Grandmaster Alchemists have been transferred here to repair the large portal. Bishop McKinley explained softly. The war on Triumph Star had escalated to a level 5 war. The situation here was only known to the top nobles. In addition, the situation was not good. Everyone in the main city had died, so this kind of thing would not be immediately announced to the public. "Can I take a look at the main city?" David asked aloud. David was curious about the situation in Triumph Star City. Although Bishop McKinley did not explain it clearly, he still guessed that it was caused by the plague ability. It must be known that it was the effect of the plague ability that caused the city to be affected by the highly toxic poison. After David obtained the plague ability, he had not used it. The effect of the plague ability made him not dare to test it casually. Taking a look at the situation in Triumph Star City would be beneficial for him to master the effect of the plague ability. Of course. Although Bishop McKinley did not know why David wanted to go, he would not refuse such a simple request from David. As for the matter of rebuilding the portal, it did not matter to him whether it was sooner or later. Some of the level 5 knights noticed the arrival of David, but they did not pay attention to David. An Earth Knight with 2 Sky Knights. It might be eye-catching in other places, but no one would pay attention to them here. David and Bishop McKinley arrived at Triumph Star City. David looked at the situation in the city. Although the priests used divine spells to eliminate the effect of the plague, He still thought it was caused by the plague at a glance. Walking in the main city, his heart was filled with excitement and sadness. He was excited because of the terrifying plague talent ability. This was the talent ability that he had mastered. Although he might not be able to achieve the same effect as Gladstone, the god of plague, his power would not be much weaker. He was sad because he had lived in this main city for a period of time. Now, everything here was destroyed by the plague. David sighed in his heart. He saw black marks left behind by the highly toxic corrosion of the human body. Each black mark was a life. Looking at the road from the main city to the hotel, there were at least tens of thousands of black marks. Chapter 752. The 5 fifth-tier priests sat in the golden tent. They had no intention of meeting David. No matter how powerful David was, he wasn't worthy of their attention. The mission had been handed over to Bishop McKinley, so they couldn't interfere. Hence, when Bishop McKinley and David teleported over, the 5 fifth-tier priests looked at each other and suppressed their thoughts. However, not long after Bishop McKinley and David teleported over, the temporary teleportation gate flashed, and the two figures appeared almost a second apart, as if they had agreed to meet. "The aura of the evil god," the 5th-tier priest of Heaviside exclaimed. Heaviside wasn't the only one. The other 4 5th-tier priests were also ready for battle. Never would they have thought that the god of plagues, Gladstone, would have the means to send 2 5th-tier powerhouses to attack planet Kylian. This was a blatant provocation and disrespect to the 5 shrines. At the same time, the 5 5th-tier priests couldn't understand how the god of plagues, Gladstone, was able to send 2 5th-tier powerhouses over. This temporary teleportation gate wasn't directly connected to planet Lumbu at all. Why are the Knight of the Caxton Temple and the Knight of the Blower Temple here in person? Just as the 5 5th-tier priests were about to leave the golden tent, a 5th-tier Knight of the Holy Temple recognized the two people who had just arrived. It was the Knight of the Caxton Temple and the Knight of the Blower Temple who had just emerged from the temporary teleportation gate. Furthermore, they were here in person. However, their eyes were all white, and their pupilless eyes were extremely strange. The 2 5th-tier Knights of the Holy Temple were none other than the god of plagues, Gladstone. He had used bewitchment on their energy avatars to remotely control their bodies. If he had used bewitchment on the true body of the 5th-tier Knight of the Holy Temple, even the god of plagues wouldn't have been able to do it. But using the energy doppelganger to affect a part of the soul of the 5th level of the Temple Knight, and then using that part of the soul to affect the main soul, although the process was very slow, it could directly affect the main soul of the 5th level of the Temple Knight. Of course, this method also had a serious flaw. The bewitchment process was very long, and as long as there was someone to disturb him, the 5th-rank Temple Knight could possibly break free from the bewitchment. It was a pity that the powerful level 5 Temple Knight had overly trusted his energy doppelganger and hid his true body, giving the god of plague Gladstone the best space to display his abilities. After the 2 level 5 Temple Knights were controlled, Gladstone's first choice was not to destroy the great world of God. No matter how many places he destroyed, the impact on the great world of God would be minimal. It wouldn't have any impact on the war, and it would only expose the puppets of the 2 level 5 Temple Knight. It was even more impossible for the god of plague Gladstone to let the 2 level 5 Temple Knights get close to any shrines. The way he controlled the 2 level 5 Temple Knights was through soul bewitchment, and it couldn't affect the body of the level 5 Temple Knight. This caused him to be unable to spread the plague throughout the bodies of the 2 level 5 Temple Knight. As long as the level 5 Temple Knight without the plague bonus approached any shrines, the soul bewitchment would be removed by the shrines, and the 2 level 5 Temple Knights would wake up. In the end, the god of plague Gladstone chose the camp of Planet Triumph, which was also the information obtained from the memories of the 2 level 5 Temple Knight. The god of Plague Gladstone controlled the 2 level 5 Temple Knights to come to Planet Triumph through temporary portals from 2 places at the same time. As soon as he came out of the portal, he perceived the situation around him. In the whole camp, everyone was at level 5, but only the 5 level 5 knights in the golden tent could really pose a threat to the 2 level 5 Temple Knight. The rest were the energy avatars of the level 5 Temple Knights, and their fighting power had just reached level 5. The spiritual application of the god of Plague Gladstone to the level 5 Temple Knights was far more than the 2 level 5 Temple Knights themselves. This was not the same level of spiritual application. The god of Plague Gladstone first discovered the aura of the 5 oracles in the golden tent. According to his memories, the 5 oracles were sent by the 5 shrines to deal with him. With the protection of the 5 level 5 priests, the possibility of him killing the 5 oracles with the help of the 2 level 5 Temple Knights was very low. The god of Plague, Gladstone, released his spirit and found that there were 5 alchemists repairing the damaged planetary level portal in the direction of the main city. He also found 2 familiar auras of oracles. They were the 2 oracles who had entered his world before. Previously, the god of Plague Gladstone had some scruples about the oracles because he did not want to provoke a powerful god in his own world. At this time, he had no scruples. Since he had already started a war with the gods of the great world of God, and this was not his world, killing the oracles could reduce the influence of the gods. From the time the 2 level 5 Temple Knights passed through the portal to the time when the god of Plague Gladstone used part of the soul in the avatars of the 2 level 5 Temple Knights to remotely observe the situation around him, it only took a breath. After the god of Plague Gladstone determined the target, the 2 level 5 Temple Knights rose into the air and flew towards the ruins of the main city. He would definitely kill the 5 alchemists first and then the 2 oracles. The 2 oracles mentioned by the god of Plague Gladstone were naturally David and the Shadow Attendant. Others might not be able to see the uniqueness of David and the Shadow Attendant, but in the eyes of the ancient gods, it was very obvious. The skeleton in David's body was the skeleton of a battle angel. Even if the skeleton could hide its aura, it could not escape the eyes of the ancient gods. The Shadow Attendant was an attendant created by the bald man, and it had the aura of the bald man. If the Shadow Attendant had not been exposed in the world of the god of Plague Gladstone, perhaps the god of Plague Gladstone would not have been able to discover the existence of the Shadow Attendant. However, in the world of the god of Plague Gladstone, the Shadow Attendant had used a portal item to collect items, and it had already exposed itself. How could the same hiding method work in front of the god of Plague Gladstone? Especially when David was here, the god of Plague Gladstone would naturally look for the Shadow Attendant next to him. They had appeared at the same time before. The reason why the god of Plague Gladstone put the 5 alchemists first was because of the importance of alchemists. Even in the ancient times, the number of Grandmaster Alchemists was extremely limited. The total number of Grandmaster Alchemists in the entire world did not exceed 10. Although the god of Plague Gladstone did not know how many alchemists there were in the world today, it could not be too many. Killing 5 alchemists was bound to cause a huge loss to the alchemy of the great world of God, and it would also affect the war against the god of Plague Gladstone. David was about to observe how the 5 alchemists repaired the planet-level portal when the hairs on his body stood up. The feeling of being stared at by death made him instinctively tense up. "Bishop McKinley, please trust me." David's spirit wrapped around Bishop McKinley and said in a deep voice. Then Bishop McKinley sensed that the summoning ring was taking him in. As long as he agreed, he would be taken in by the summoning ring. Although Bishop McKinley did not know what had happened, he knew very well that David would not attack him on Planet Triumph. Besides, there was no hatred between them that would make David offend the war shrines and attack him. Almost without thinking, Bishop McKinley relaxed his body and spirit and agreed to be taken in by the summoning ring. After that, he entered David's summoning ring. There were only 2 warhorses in this summoning ring. One was the warhorse used for transportation, and the other was the warhorse bound by David's life contract. It was only an attempt for David to put Bishop McKinley into his summoning ring. If Bishop McKinley didn't agree, then he would have done his duty. It was impossible for him to abandon Bishop McKinley and escape on his own without making any effort. The Shadow Attendant also took Mark Knight and Garan Knight into its summoning ring. David's spirit connected with his transcendent stiletto and absorbed the space energy from it. He activated the space-talent ability, and at the same time, he activated the lightning body talent ability. He pulled out a lightning bolt from the lightning pattern in his soul space, and the lightning body was fused with the lightning bolt. It sounded complicated, but it was something that could be done with a single thought. David's figure disappeared from where he stood. When he appeared 10 meters underground, his body had already turned into a bolt of lightning and fled into the distance at an extremely fast speed. David could only do this because he sensed the powerful aura of the 2 5th-level Temple Knights. Most importantly, when the ancient god's spirit swept through the 2 5th-level Temple Knights, it made him feel numb all over. Not only him, but even the Shadow Attendant felt that the god of plague Gladstone was spying on him. That was why David decided to use his most powerful method to escape without a care in the world. He used his underground sneak ability to escape at full speed underground. To be honest, even the god of plague Gladstone was stunned. He did not expect David to have so many abilities. The continuous use of talents only showed that the god who favored David attached great importance to David. It also showed that the god was very powerful. Ordinary gods could have a special talent ability in one aspect. Slightly stronger gods could have a variety of special talent abilities, but these talent abilities could only be the talent abilities of 1 or 2 types of energy. But how many abilities did David use in such a short time? The talent of space used the energy of space, the talent of lightning body used the energy of lightning, and the talent of underground sneak used the energy of earth. There were 3 types of energy, and David's terrifying escape speed. The god of plague, Gladstone, was sure that it was also a natural ability. For a moment, even the god of plagues, Gladstone, was envious of David for having so many talents. At the same time, Gladstone, the god of plague, also felt a sense of powerlessness. It was not his divine body that had come here, but the bodies of 2 5th-level holy knights. Their combat power was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary 5th-level holy knight. If the energy of the 2 5th-level knights were here, the god of plague Gladstone was sure that he could catch up with David. But there were only 2 5th-level knights here, so it was impossible to catch up with David. The god of plague Gladstone controlled the 2 5th-level knights. Just as he was stunned, he lost his sense of David. That was to say, in an instant David escaped from the range of his spiritual senses. At the same time, with the weak energy reaction of the electric light and the 10-meter depth of the earth, he completely lost track of David. The 2 holy knights have been manipulated by evil. Kill them! The 5 5th-level priests walked out of the golden tent, and the 5th-level priest, Heaviside, said to all the 5th-level knights. The energy of the 48 5th-level knights present all heard his words and felt humiliated. There were 48 5th-level knights and 5 5th-level priests here, but the 2 5th-level knights were still teleported here. This meant that the god of plague Gladstone did not take them seriously at all. So when Heaviside gave the order, the 48 energy of the knights turned into 48 thin lines and flew towards the 2 5th-level knight. "Follow them," Heaviside said in a deep voice. The rest of the level 5 priests nodded. From the previous battle, it could be seen that the god of plague, Gladstone, was good at soul control. Without their presence, the energy clones of the level 5 holy knights might be at a disadvantage. The god of plague Gladstone also noticed the energy of the avatars flying out from the camp behind him. The 2 fifth-level knights he controlled flew above the planet-level portal. 5 rays of light flashed, and the heads of the 5 alchemists, who were still busy, flew off in an instant. David was now 5,000 meters away. In fact, after 2,000 meters underground, he no longer felt any threat. But he still continued to run for a while. The shadow attendants saw that the 2 fifth-level knights did not chase after him, but instead flew towards the 5 alchemists. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. David knew very well that as long as he survived the most dangerous moment, he would be safe. What was this place? This was the camp built by the 5 shrines to deal with the god of plague Gladstone. There were many 5th-level combatants here. The god of plague Gladstone's sudden attack was an accident. Even the shrines did not expect that the god of plague Gladstone could send 2 5th-level knights through the portal network. Sure enough, when he stopped, he saw the energy of the 48 5th-level knights and the 5 5th-level priests behind them. David knew that he was really safe. There was no way the 2 5th-level knights could defeat so many 5th-level combatants. Chapter 753. After David's safety was guaranteed, he started to think. When he saw the 2 controlled level 5 Temple Knight kill the 5 Grandmaster Alchemists, the first thing he thought of was the souls of the 5 Grandmaster Alchemists. Even though David had not been in the great world of God for a long time, he understood the status of the Grandmaster Alchemists and the scarcity of their numbers. He had the ability of a Master Alchemist, but unfortunately, the Master Alchemists were also divided into different types of alchemy. His ability could only deal with most of the common patterns. The alchemy system was extremely large and complex, and it was almost impossible to master it all. However, if he could absorb the souls of the 5 Grandmaster Alchemists, then his alchemy ability would reach the top level in the great world of God. David could not resist this temptation. He also saw the 2 level 5 Temple Knight fighting with the energy avatar, and he thought that they would have no time to take care of him. He turned around and returned to the main city again through the underground sneak, and walked towards the place where the 5 Grandmaster Alchemists had fallen. The god of plague, Gladstone, was controlling the 2 level 5 Temple Knight, so the energy avatar's attack could not pose too much of a threat to the 2 level 5 Temple Knight for a short period of time. He sensed the emptiness of the camp and could not help but sneer in his heart. Many years had passed, and it seemed that the level of alchemy in this world had declined a lot, and these knight and priests had shown a childish level of warfare. The black armor on their bodies was made from the materials of the gods, and it had no problem resisting the attack of the energy avatar for a short period of time. When the god of plague, Gladstone, saw that even the 5 level 5 priests had come to the main city, he did not wait any longer. The 2 level 5 Temple Knight burst out with a pale golden light, and the 2 figures suddenly disappeared in the pattern formed by the pale golden light. Then, the 2 figures appeared next to the temporary portal. The god of plague, Gladstone, found a lot of materials from the collection of the 2 level 5 Temple Knight and drew the short-distance transposition pattern. This kind of ancient pattern was extremely advanced. When used, it could lock on to a position and teleport back at any time within a range of a few thousand meters. It was estimated that only an ancient god like the god of plague, Gladstone, could master this kind of short-distance transposition pattern. It was also because of the rarity of this pattern that no one had noticed it. The 5 level 5 priests' faces changed greatly, and they exclaimed, "The camp!" They could ignore the golden tent, even if it was extremely valuable, but they could not ignore the 5 oracles in the golden tent. They were the oracles who could withstand at least one divine descent, and the best way for the gods to descend to the world. The more powerful a god was, the greater the suppression they would face in the great world of gods. The best way to deal with this was god descent. Using a body that had been recognized by the great world of gods and bearing part of the god's soul, one could display part of the god's power. Even this part of strength was not something that any expert in the divine macro world could compare with. The price of a god's true body was too high. Unless it was a last resort, no god would do this. The 5 oracles were the backup plan that the 5 shrines had prepared for this operation, but it could not be done immediately. It would take a long time to prepare. Therefore, the 5 oracles had almost no combat power. Originally, they were under the protection of the level 5 masters, so there should be no problem. However, the sudden accident made the 5 level 5 priests stunned, and the 48 level 5 temple knight were caught off guard. They did not hesitate and immediately turned to fly back to the camp. What a clever guy! The god of plague, Gladstone, sensed that just as he used the short-distance transposition pattern to return to the golden tent, David had returned to the ruins of the main city's planet-level portal. David did not care about anything else. He controlled the shadow attendant to fly over and absorb the souls of the 5 grand alchemists. He also saw the strange way the 2 level 5 temple knight move. He did not dare to stay here for long, so he flashed and sneaked away. The 2 temple knights of the 5th rank rushed into the golden tent and started a massacre. All the clerics in the golden tent, without the protection of a 5th rank priest and without the protection of a knight, didn't even have the power to retaliate against the 5th rank temple knight. A group of priests wanted to protect the 5 oracles, but in just 2 breaths, the priests were all dead, and the 5 oracles fell to the ground. The scene of the battle did not need to be described at all. The huge gap between the levels made the battle extremely simple. Because the swords swept through so quickly, the priests did not even have time to react. The powerful divine spells of the priests needed time to prepare. Divine spells that did not need time to prepare were not even a scratch on the level 5 temple knight. This was also the reason why the shrines in the great world of God did their best to develop the knight. Priests only appeared in a small area within the shrines. Knights were the kings of war. They could resist and fight, and they could last for a long time. They could also gather and form to deal with stronger enemies. In particular, the emergence of the Zergs made the development of the knight even more rapid. In the face of the powerful defense of the insectoids, the weaknesses of the priests and warlocks were undoubtedly exposed. Powerful divine spells could indeed play a decisive role, but with the speed and strength of the insectoids, the priests or warlocks would be killed by the insectoids before they could use their divine spells. Besides, in terms of the number of Zergs, how many divine spells could the priests and warlocks use? Without energy, the priests and warlocks could not even defeat the weakest Zergs. This was the situation in the Golden Tent. If the roles were reversed, the 2 level 5 priests would be able to defend themselves against a group of level 3 or 4 knights. At the very least, the knights would be able to form a knight battle formation to protect the 5 oracles. Even the 5 oracles would have time to use God's descent to change the situation of the battle. The energy clones of the 48 5th rank temple knights surrounded the golden tent, but they didn't rush in, because it would be too late even if they did. Apart from the auras of the 2 5th rank temple knights, there was no other aura of life. All the 5th rank temple knights were furious. This was going to be a stain in their lives. Their camp had been destroyed by the enemy, and the 5 divine emissaries under their protection had been killed. Everyone, the dignity of the shrines cannot be offended. Please use all your strength to kill the evil, Hawthorne said in a deep voice. The other 4 level 5 priests did not speak, but the scepters in their hands began to shine. They were chanting, indicating that they were preparing powerful divine spells. The 5 level 5 priests were, of course, uncomfortable. This was the mission given to them by the shrines. It was also the most glorious time of their lives, to represent the gods and fight the evil god. But they failed to live up to the trust of the temple and the gods they believed in. Hawthorne's 5th-tier priest pointed at the golden tent, and it instantly collapsed. Caxton's 5th-tier Templar Knight and Blower's 5th-tier Templar Knight appeared, surrounded by corpses. At this moment, the 2 level 5 knights were using the blood of the 5 oracles to draw runes. "Don't let him continue! Attack!" Hawthorne yelled. 4 streaks of divine spell light fell on the 2 level 5 knights even faster than his voice. The 4 negative effects of deceleration, enfeeblement, aging, and blindness appeared on the 2 level 5 knights. This was the most effective divine spell that the 4 level 5 priests could unleash in the shortest time. If it were a low-level priest, these 4 divine spells would not have any effect on the level 5 knight. However, the divine spells were unleashed by a level 5 priest, so the effects were naturally different. These 4 divine spells were not very powerful, but they were the most compatible with the energy clones around them. Just as the 4 negative effects appeared on the 2 level 5 knights, the 48 level 5 knights were no longer stingy with the bloodline power in their energy clones. They unleashed their most powerful attacks, and 48 attacks hit the 2 level 5 knights at the same time. The black armor on the 2 level 5 knights was directly shattered by the powerful attack. It was not the black armor that was shattered, but the joints of the black armor were forcefully shattered by the powerful force. "What a pity!" A quaint voice came from the mouth of the level 5 Caxton Knight. The level 5 Caxton Knight looked at the incomplete rune on the ground with his completely white eyes. If he was given a little more time, he would be able to complete this rune. At least, he could use the rune to project a part of the power in his divine body here. The blood of the 5 gods' emissaries contained a mysterious energy. This energy was the foundation for the descent of the god. The god of plagues, Gladstone, used this blood to draw the rune, and could temporarily turn the bodies of the 2 level 5 knights into bodies for the descent of the gods. Although the pattern could only last for 10 seconds after it was completed, Gladstone, the god of plague, could destroy at least 10 energy clones within these 10 seconds. The bodies of the 2 temple knights of the 5th rank fell down, and their life auras disappeared. The puppets of the god of plagues, Gladstone, were dead, but no one present was happy. They knew that the god of plagues, Gladstone, had the ability to control the level 5 knights through his energy clones when the level 5 Caxton knights and level 5 Blower knights appeared. And the puppets that they killed after paying a heavy price were only their companions. Everyone was silent, and no one took the initiative to speak. The ones who lost the most were the shrines. The people living in the golden tent were all priests. The attack of the god of plagues, Gladstone, had almost wiped out all the priests on planet Triumph. There were only 5 level 5 priests and a few priests who were busy outside. After David sensed the fluctuation of the divine spell and the extremely powerful attack, the aura that made him feel extremely uncomfortable finally disappeared. He knew in his heart that the 2 level 5 knights had been killed, so he came out of the ground and removed the body of lightning state. After that, David released Bishop McKinley from the summoning ring. Bishop McKinley, who had just come out, didn't know what had happened. He looked around and found that he was already outside the main city. "What happened just now?" Bishop McKinley asked. He was inexplicably put into the summoning ring, and came out of the city after some time. He was naturally curious about such a strange thing. David didn't explain much and said with a smile, "You should know what happened when we go back to the camp." David summoned 2 war horses. He rode on Little Flower while Bishop McKinley rode on a warhorse. They rushed back to the camp. When they arrived at the camp, they found that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Several priests were cleaning up the corpses, and the corpses were placed in the original position of the golden tent. The level 5 knights were all gathered around the corpses, and the 5 level 5 priests were reporting through the communication circle. The shadow attendant flew above the corpses and absorbed the souls that hadn't dissipated yet, especially the corpses of the 2 level 5 knights. The shadow attendant stayed for one more breath. David had a feeling that there was something special about the souls of the 2 level 5 knights. Otherwise, the shadow attendant wouldn't be slower than usual. "Bishop McKinley, I'm so glad you're all right. Heaviside, the level 5 priest of the war shrines, was pleasantly surprised when he saw Bishop McKinley. Heaviside saw the 2 5th-rank Temple Knight puppets fly towards Bishop McKinley. He didn't think Bishop McKinley would be able to escape from the hands of the 2 5th-rank Temple Knight puppets. If a bishop of the war shrines died, it would be a huge loss for the shrines. Especially a genius like Bishop McKinley, who was extremely important to the war shrines. It was Earl Arthur who saved me. What happened? Bishop McKinley asked as he looked at the corpses on the ground. Heaviside glanced at David, who was standing beside Bishop McKinley. His eyes moved slightly. It was already not easy to escape from the 2 level 5 knight puppets controlled by the god of plagues, but he still managed to save Bishop McKinley. He saw David as an Earth Knight, but Bishop McKinley obviously didn't see David as an Earth Knight. At the very least, he saw David as an Earth Knight, or even stronger. Otherwise, Bishop McKinley wouldn't have been saved by David. Heaviside could tell that Bishop McKinley wasn't being courteous at all. He was completely sincere. The energy avatars of the 2 paladins that we sent to the Lone Star were bewitched by him and sent here. We lost 5 Grandmaster Alchemists, 5 Oracles and 83 priests. No matter how jealous Heaviside was, he didn't call the god of plagues Gladstone's real name. However, everyone could tell that Gladstone, the god of plague, had used the word he to refer to the gods. Bishop McKinley's heart turned cold. He didn't expect the god of plagues Gladstone to control 2 level 5 knight puppets to triumph. If not for David's help, he would have had to face 2 level 5 knight puppets controlled by the god of plagues Gladstone himself. Chapter 754. The temporary portal was not destroyed, and the plague god Gladstone probably knew that there was no point in destroying it. The 5 shrines sent some priests to clean up the battlefield and take away the corpses. The golden tent was rebuilt, and it seemed to be the same as before, but the atmosphere in the camp was completely different. The attack by the god of plague Gladstone was a great humiliation to all the level 5 powerhouses present. The camp was no longer as loose as before, and the servants walking in it were all in a hurry. The whole camp was like a volcano that was about to erupt. David didn't stay in the camp for long. Just like before, he refused the spaceship arranged by the temple and left on his own Lord-class spaceship. It was still the same mountain, and it was still the same cave in the belly of the mountain. However, this time, David did not immediately install the ancient medium-sized teleportation gate and go to Lone Star through it. Instead of waiting for 30 hours in a dangerous place like Loam, it was better for him to wait for 30 hours on Kai Lien before going to Loam. The isolation pattern had already been set up in the cave, so he did not need to draw it again. David sat in the cave and checked his recent gains. David found that the soul energy in the Shadow Attendant's body was enough to resurrect a Sky Knight, but he did not plan to use it just like that. 15 Sky Knights were enough for him for the time being. It was getting harder and harder to obtain soul energy, and only the souls of level 4 Sky Knights and above could be useful to him. As for the rest of the low-level souls, unless the amount was huge, it would be difficult to accumulate enough to be useful to him. Therefore, he did not use the soul energy he obtained this time, but checked the knowledge orbs he obtained. With a thought, the Shadow Attendant listed the latest knowledge orbs separately. David first saw 5 perfect knowledge orbs, which were the Alchemy 1% perfect knowledge orbs. This was not surprising, as he took the risk to go back for these 5 knowledge orbs that came from the souls of the 5 Grandmaster Alchemists. He put an Alchemy 1% perfect knowledge ball into his soul space, and then his vision blurred, and he entered an illusion. It seemed like David had the ability of a master alchemist, so his illusions started from a master alchemist. After more than 60 years in the illusion, the master alchemist that he possessed had accumulated a large amount of knowledge and experience. After going through an upgrade, he had successfully become a Grandmaster Alchemist. 20 years later, the Grandmaster Alchemist had been working hard to improve himself. This kind of improvement could not be seen from the data. Grandmaster level alchemy was all 1% perfect on the talent panel, but David knew that this 1% perfect was somewhat different. Perhaps 1% of the Grandmaster level was the limit that humans could reach in this industry. He had many Grandmaster level abilities, but he had never seen a Grandmaster level ability that could exceed 1%. However, in this 1%, maybe some were only 1.001% and some were really 1.999%. This small difference was a huge gap. After waking up from the illusion, David felt the energy from the alchemy, 1% perfect, knowledge orb, and it went into the alchemy pattern in his soul space. The alchemy pattern underwent a huge change and became more complicated. He sensed the alchemy pattern. This was a Grandmaster alchemy pattern. David didn't know if it was the alchemy, 1% perfect, knowledge orb's alchemy, 1% perfect, alchemy pattern, or maybe it was a new alchemy pattern created by combining the alchemy, 1% perfect, knowledge orb with his own alchemy pattern. This alchemy pattern could provide David with the energy to draw a top-level pattern. Only a Grandmaster alchemy pattern could draw a top-level pattern. Since this moment, he had truly come into contact with the deepest knowledge system of the great world of God, and he had truly grasped the knowledge of alchemy. However, David didn't give up on the other 4 alchemy, 1% perfect, knowledge orbs. Not every Grandmaster alchemy master had the same knowledge. They all had their own strength. The second alchemy, 1% perfect, knowledge orb went into his soul space. This time, he didn't enter an illusion. Instead, a stream of knowledge directly went into his brain. Another stream of energy from the alchemy, 1% perfect, knowledge orb went into the alchemy pattern, and the pattern on the alchemy, 1% perfect, knowledge orb became more complicated. Compared to the knowledge in the illusion, this kind of knowledge inheritance was much slower. It took David a whole 10 minutes to organize all the knowledge. This was the result of having 100 soul bodies, so he could use 101 brains to analyze, think, and memorize at the same time. Of course, compared to other Grandmaster alchemists who needed decades or even centuries to accumulate knowledge, Abel had a lot of advantages. The third alchemy, 1% perfect, knowledge orb went into his soul space, and it gave him more knowledge inheritance. At the same time, the alchemy pattern was added again. After that, the fourth and fifth orbs went into his soul space, and the alchemy, 1% perfect, knowledge orb no longer appeared as a pattern. Instead, it turned into a golden mirror with countless patterns flashing inside. David didn't know why his alchemy pattern changed like this, but he was sure it wasn't a bad thing. David was a little confused, so he called the shadow attendant and asked the shadow attendant to open his status panel. When he saw alchemy perfect, he couldn't help but be stunned. In his status panel, all the other Grandmaster alchemy abilities were 1% perfect, but this alchemy ability was a single perfect one. David didn't know that this kind of knowledge ability was almost impossible to reach the perfect level. There was a limit to human power, and every Grandmaster alchemist was an absolute genius in their field. The amount of knowledge a Grandmaster alchemist could learn in their lifetime was unimaginable, but they were still a little bit away from reaching the perfect level. As for how far away they were, no one could say for sure. But this time, David got the knowledge orbs of 5 Grandmaster alchemists. These Grandmaster alchemists were all specially trained by the shrines. With the power of the shrines, they could provide almost limitless help in terms of materials and technique. Any one of these 5 Grandmaster alchemists would be better than the Grandmaster alchemists trained by the top noble families. When the knowledge of these 5 Grandmaster alchemists was added together, it was like adding all the alchemy knowledge of the 5 shrines together. It was truly the limit of the alchemy knowledge of the great world of God. This was why David's Grandmaster alchemy knowledge had reached the perfect level, and a special talent ability had appeared. David hadn't discovered this special ability yet. He was still in the process of figuring it out. He took out a quill, dipped it in alchemy ink, and casually drew a weakening pattern. In the past, he didn't have the ability to draw this pattern with normal materials. He needed to borrow the weakening energy inside the material to make the pattern work. However, the weakening rune that David drew was only on a piece of ordinary wood alchemy material, and he used ordinary alchemy ink, but it was still able to retain the power of the weakening rune. David looked at the wooden sign in his hand. He looked at the weakening pattern on it and realized that he had just casually drawn a magic talisman. Of course, a real magic talisman was made of extremely precious materials. It wasn't as simple as he was. At this time, he realized that his alchemy, perfect, ability was really different. David put away the weakening magic talisman. Unfortunately, this weakening pattern could only be used against rank 3 experts. Its strongest effect was against rank 1 and rank 2 experts. However, this magic talisman was a hot-selling specialty of the great world of God in the Interstellar Federation. It was enough to pose a threat to the Transcendent. David let out a long sigh of relief. He felt that it was worth it to give up his life in the Interstellar Federation and throw everything away for the great world of God. If he stayed in the Interstellar Federation, he would at most be a Transcendent, and a Transcendent in the great world of God was equivalent to an official knight. Even the strongest Transcendent would not exceed the strength of an early rank 3 Earth Knight. However, David's current strength had already reached the strength of an intermediate Earth Knight. Not to mention his rank 5 spirit, his true combat power was not inferior to any rank 4 Sky Knight. The Interstellar Federation's Transcendent was the end, and even a rank 5 Temple Knight in the great world of God was not the end. Lord Gould's persistence allowed him to see that there was still a path above rank 5 Temple Knight. Although that path would be extremely difficult, and even Lord Gould and the others had to give it their all and still failed after paying the price of 4 lords, there was still hope. There was no hope for the Interstellar Federation's Transcendent. Perhaps in the future, as the Interstellar Federation's technology continued to develop, there would be an even more powerful Transcendent armor, which would increase the strength of the Transcendent. However, this increase would not help the Transcendent. David put the matter of Grandmaster Alchemist aside and placed his hand on the Shadow Attendant's shoulder to check the other knowledge balls. He saw 2 strange knowledge balls. They were the knowledge balls extracted from the souls of the 2 rank 5 Temple Knight. These 2 knowledge balls were gray, which was something he had never encountered before. David paid attention to the 2 knowledge balls and found out that they were called Hypnosis Talent. What rank is this spirit talent? He didn't know how to tell. In the past, he could tell the level of the talent through the spirit connection. However, these 2 gray Hypnosis Talent only gave him the name after the spirit connection. There was no other information. David didn't see the hypnosis warning that it couldn't be used, which meant that he could use this talent. He tried to move one of the Hypnosis Talent knowledge balls into his spirit space. There was no illusion, no inheritance. The Hypnosis Talent knowledge ball directly turned into a special pattern in the spirit space and hung above the spirit space. This is a special talent, David said to himself happily. He had learned many abilities, so he had a high ability to distinguish them. Being able to leave a special pattern in the spirit space was an extremely special talent. He lightly touched the pattern, and then he obtained the relevant information of the pattern. The hypnosis pattern was a rank 5 talent, and it was also one of the abilities of the god of plague Gladstone. The hypnosis ability wasn't important to the god of plague Gladstone because there were too many restrictions. It couldn't be used against enemies with a strong spirit. It could only be used against enemies with a weaker spirit. At the same time, in the process of hypnosis, the enemy had to be immobile for a period of time. Otherwise, the hypnosis would fail. Therefore, the hypnosis ability was only useful for the god of plague Gladstone to subdue some subordinate. It had no effect in a battle of the same level. Of course, this was in comparison to the gods. A few more fifth-tier combatants were indeed useless in a battle between god. However, the consumption of the hypnosis ability was very small. After the god of plague Gladstone woke up, he didn't want to consume his divine power. Therefore, he used hypnosis as his main ability in battle. From the beginning, the Caxton Knight to the Blower Temple Knight, their energy clones were affected by the hypnosis ability. Through the hypnosis ability, part of the soul in the energy clones was affected, and the main soul of the level 5 Temple Knight was affected. In the end, David also saw the result. The two level 5 Temple Knights became the puppets of the god of plague Gladstone. David liked the hypnosis ability very much. In a situation where he wasn't strong enough to protect himself, it was a good choice to use the hypnosis ability to obtain some powerful puppet. It was just that he had the hypnosis ability, which was very similar to the hypnosis ability. He would only know which ability was stronger in a practical application. However, the hypnosis ability created 15 level 4 Sky Knight and 2 level 4 Zergs for David. This was enough to show how powerful the hypnosis ability was. David had more expectations for the hypnosis ability, which was also a mind-controlling ability. The hypnosis ability was only a low-level Zerg ability, but the hypnosis ability was the ability of the god of plague Gladstone. It was a pity that he didn't have a target to use it on. Otherwise, he would have liked to know the effect of the hypnosis ability immediately. Time passed slowly. David stayed in the cave for 30 hours. He began to skillfully install the ancient mid-sized teleportation gate. With the help of 100 soul doppelgangers and the support of his powerful mental strength, this process only took a few minutes to complete. Chapter 755. David was extremely cautious. Although his cautiousness didn't have much effect in front of a real god, he still activated his lightning body talent. He drew out a bolt of lightning from the lightning pattern and merged it into the ancient portal. The safe house cave didn't change, which was within his expectations. When David looked at the ancient patterns on the wall, he couldn't recognize them before, but this time it was different. When he focused his eyes on one of the ancient patterns, the complicated patterns of the ancient pattern didn't seem so difficult to understand. David felt very strange. It was as if there was an optical computer that specialized in decoding and analyzing the ancient runes. As he stared at the ancient runes, the secrets of the ancient runes were revealed to him. His heart moved and his mind entered the soul space. On the surface of the mirror-like alchemy pattern, the ancient pattern on the wall was drawn on the mirror. When the pattern on the mirror was completely displayed, the entire ancient pattern was analyzed by his Grandmaster alchemy knowledge. David might not be able to draw the ancient pattern in front of him, but he had already grasped the principle. As long as he did some experiments and found the substitute material to draw the ancient pattern, he would be able to replicate it. The ancient pattern's function was isolation, and its effect was extremely powerful. It could block all physical and spiritual probing. The principle was more like turning the cave into a separate space, hidden in the main space. David's joy of mastering the ancient isolation pattern was far less than his excitement of discovering the true function of his alchemy, perfect talent. In the future, as long as he found any pattern, he could try to analyze it using the alchemy pattern in the soul space. He didn't stay in the cave for long. He activated his underground sneaking talent and quickly moved underground in the form of a bolt of lightning. At the same time, David saw the animals scattered in the sky and on the ground through the shadow attendant on the ground. Those white eyes made him understand that these animals were all controlled, just like the 2 level 5 knight. He knew his mission. Fighting wasn't something he could participate in at his current level, so he carefully sneaked along the way. David even found some digging animals underground, but there weren't many of them. Since he was moving with the lightning body, even if he encountered these underground animals, he wouldn't alarm them. Now there were eyes in the sky, on the ground, and underground of Loam's star. It was no wonder that the previous teleportation portal was discovered. David thought to himself. He also found a suitable place. It was in the middle of a cliff. Except for some birds, no animals could come close. The cave hidden behind the dense canopy was extremely well hidden. Even birds in the sky would not be able to observe the inside of the cave. This place could minimize the possibility of being discovered. David set up the isolation array and rebuilt the teleportation gate. He deactivated his lightning body and returned to planet Kailien through the teleportation gate. The moment he walked out of the portal, he felt 10 powerful auras lock onto him. This feeling made his hair stand on end, and he almost used his life-saving means to escape. Fortunately, the teleportation gate would be protected by spatial energy for a short period of time, giving David time to observe the situation around him. He found that the location of the teleportation gate to Loam's star was next to the camp. There were 10 energy clones of the 5th level Knight Temple Knight scattered around the teleportation gate in the Night Battle formation. If an enemy came out of the teleportation gate, they would immediately be attacked by the energy clones of the 10 5th level Knight Temple Knight. It should be known that this was an all-out attack launched by the Night Battle formation. Even if a 5th level Knight came, he would be seriously injured, if not killed. Bishop McKinley had been guarding outside the Night Battle formation. When he saw David appear, he hurriedly greeted him. "Count Arthur, thank you for your hard work." The 10 5th level Knight Temple Knights also stopped locking onto him and nodded to David. "My mission is complete." Without the feeling of being locked on, David breathed a sigh of relief and walked out of the range of the Night Battle formation before saying to Bishop McKinley. Bishop McKinley knew the result when he saw David come out of the teleportation gate. This teleportation gate was not connected to the teleportation network of the great world of God. It was only connected to the teleportation gate that David took away. Being able to come out of the teleportation gate meant that the teleportation gate had been successfully installed. "Count Arthur, please come to my tent for a rest." Bishop McKinley invited him with a smile. David did not refuse. The corresponding reward for completing the mission had to be discussed. Bishop McKinley's tent was alone on the periphery of the camp. It was a medium-sized tent, much smaller than the other huge tents. However, when David walked into the tent, he found that the space inside the tent was 10 times larger than it looked from the outside. He saw the patterns on the tent. At the same time, the alchemy pattern mirror in his soul space displayed all the patterns on the tent. David knew all the patterns used to make the tent. This tent was even made by one of the 5 Grandmaster alchemists. From the materials to the drawing of the patterns, all the relevant knowledge flowed through his mind with a single glance. "You like this tent? I'll give you one. It's made by a Grandmaster alchemist," Bishop McKinley said with a smile when he saw David looking at the tent. David was not the first person to be surprised by the tent. This kind of spatial tent was only used by the top nobles and the major shrines. The rest of the nobles had no access to it at all. The technology was monopolized by the shrines. Only the Grandmaster alchemists of the shrines could make the key patterns. "Thank you." David did not stand on ceremony and accepted with a smile. Bishop McKinley asked David to sit down and said, "Please have a seat. This time, you don't have to leave. Just participate in this mission." David could not help but be stunned. He then asked, "Is it appropriate for me to participate in this kind of divine war?" He knew that all those who participated in this war were at least level 5. Even Bishop McKinley was only invited because of the reconstruction of the teleportation portal. Because the one on Loam had too many tricks, the shrines have also learned a lesson and achieved their goal of training. Therefore, the shrines have decided to end the war quickly and get rid of that one to prevent more trouble. We don't have to do anything. As long as we follow, we will be rewarded, Bishop McKinley said softly. The original purpose of the 5 shrines was to use the god of plague Gladstone to train the shrines and shrines. Countless years of peace had made the night and night of the shrines forget the sense of crisis. However, the shrines did not expect the god of plague Gladstone to be so cunning and cause such a huge loss. The death of 2 level 5 knights was not a big loss. Perhaps it was just enough to wake up the other level 5 knight. For example, the level 5 knights here were now in a completely different state from when they first arrived. When they first arrived, the level 5 knights were very ostentatious and lived in luxurious tents. Except for the summons of the shrines, they almost did not care about anything else. However, after the death of the 2 level 5 knights, the level 5 knights began to take turns. Every 10 level 5 knights formed a group of energy avatars and guarded the camp. Given the range of the camp, the energy avatars of the 10 level 5 knights could reach any place in a breath's time. When David teleported over, the portal had a spatial reaction. The energy avatars of the 10 level 5 knights immediately appeared beside the portal and arranged the knight battle formation, ready to fight at any time. This showed the role of the level 5 knights of the temple, which was very different from the previous state of complete disunity. This should have been a good thing, but what really made the shrines determined to eliminate the god of plague Gladstone was the death of the 5 oracles. The status of the oracles was very special among the shrines. When the god of plague Gladstone killed the 5 oracles, it was almost like rubbing the face of the 5 shrines on the ground. The 5 shrines no longer had the idea of using the god of plague Gladstone to train their troops slowly. They only wanted to make the god of plague Gladstone pay the price and the shame of the shrines. When David heard Bishop McKinley's words, he knew that Bishop McKinley was giving him an opportunity to repay his kindness for saving his life. He did not refuse. Since Bishop McKinley wanted to stay, he had absolute confidence that there would be no danger. David also wanted to see the battle of the gods. This kind of opportunity might only come once. He did not know how long it would be before he could see another battle of the gods. "I won't cause you any trouble, will I?" David asked with a smile. "Of course not. You're staying to ensure that the portal is open," Bishop McKinley said with a smile when he heard that David had decided to stay. In fact, it did not matter why he stayed, as long as he had the right to stay. Anyone who could participate in the battle of the gods would be rewarded handsomely. While David was resting, the 5 level 5 priests also received the news that the portal had been rebuilt. The 5 level 5 priests sent a message to their respective shrines, informing them that the portal to Loam Star had been successfully rebuilt. After about 10 minutes, the 5 level 5 priests felt a strong wave of energy coming from the temporary portal. They were not the only ones who felt it. The other level 5 knight and David also felt it. "It should be a divine weapon," Bishop McKinley said as he stood up with a serious look on his face. David was shocked. He knew that the divine weapon mentioned by Bishop McKinley was not the kind that praised a weapon or equipment. It was a weapon or equipment that was really made by the god. Only then would the shrines call it a divine weapon. Just from the strong wave of energy that they felt before they even saw it, they could imagine the terrifying power of the divine weapon. Then, a second wave of energy came, and its power was no weaker than that of the divine weapon just now. "Come, let's go take a look," Bishop McKinley said to David. When the two of them walked out of the tent, a third wave of energy came from the temporary portal. The 5 shrines have each summoned a divine weapon. With the 5 divine weapons, that person in the great world of God will not be able to resist at all. Bishop McKinley explained proudly. Before they arrived at the temporary portal, David saw 5 teams from afar. Each team was composed of 3 level 5 knights, and in the middle was a level 4 priest who was holding a golden box. The 5 teams of level 5 knights were all in their original bodies, and not energy doppelgangers. From the armor that the 5 teams of level 5 knights were wearing, it could be seen that they belonged to the level 5 knights of the 5 shrines. The golden box in the hands of the level 4 priest was constantly emitting strong waves of energy. David even saw that the golden box had runes that isolated the aura. Even so, the powerful waves of energy were still emitted from the golden box. One could imagine how terrifying the power of the divine weapon in the box was. "Count Arthur, we'll stay with the divine weapon," Bishop McKinley said softly to David. David nodded. He wasn't familiar with the situation, and with Bishop McKinley around, he would naturally listen to him. "Break camp," the level 5 priest of Heaviside ordered loudly. As if prepared, all the energy doppelgangers of the level 5 knights put away their huge tents. The servants also entered their summoning rings and took them with them. The huge camp was almost empty, and the energy doppelgangers of the level 5 knights were ready. All recruited knights enter the portal and set up a safe area. The level 5 priest of Heaviside continued to order. "Yes." The energy doppelgangers of the level 5 knights replied in unison. None of them hesitated as they flew towards the portal. When they saw the shrines bringing the divine weapon, they knew that the battle was about to begin. If they didn't go all out, these 48 temple knights of the 5th rank might become a stain in history, recorded in the annals of history. David shook his head. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have spent so much effort looking for the cave on the cliff. However, these were all level 5 knights. Flying was as easy as breathing for them. "We'll go as well." The level 5 priest of Heaviside turned to the other 4 level 5 priests, then turned to the 5 teams guarding the divine weapon and said, "Enter the portal in 1 minute." The 5 level 5 priests also went through the portal. David stood in place and waited with the 5 teams. He felt someone looking at him and couldn't help but turn his head. In one of the teams guarding the divine weapon, a level 5 knight opened her helmet, revealing a beautiful female face. It was the Annabella Temple Knight. David bowed to the Annabella Temple Knight, and the Annabella Temple Knight nodded with a smile. Ever since the energy doppelgangers of the level 5 knights arrived, the Annabella Temple Knight and Lord Gould had left triumph. Unexpectedly, the Annabella Temple Knight returned with the divine weapon. A minute passed, and the 5 teams entered the portal. David and Bishop McKinley were the last to enter. Chapter 756. David walked out of the teleportation gate and saw the 5 teams walking out of the cave. The energy clones of the 48 5th-rank Temple Knights and the 5 5th-rank priests weren't in the cave. They must have already left. "Count Arthur, the place you chose is really..." Bishop McKinley saw the cliff and couldn't help but shake his head at David. He was a 4th-level priest and could support himself with his mind alone, not to mention flying magic. He just didn't expect David to choose such an environment, so he had to help David fly down the cliff. David smiled and looked at the 5 teams in front of him. They were very simple. The 3 5th-level knight and the 4th-level priest in each team could all fly. "Let's go," Bishop McKinley said as he lifted David with his mind. David didn't try to be brave. If he didn't expose some of his special abilities, he wouldn't be able to fly. The birds in the sky saw the group of people. Soon, David felt the gaze of a powerful existence. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many strong people around, he would have turned around and fled. It wasn't just David who felt it, the others felt it too. The 5 teams didn't pay attention to the birds spying. They flew to the center of the energy clones of the 48 5th-rank Temple Knights that had already descended to the ground. This night battle formation was a defensive formation, and the empty space in the middle was a defensive area. Bishop McKinley also brought David to the center of the night formation. David felt that the treatment he received today was really different. Normally, it was rare to see a fifth-level knight, but today there were 48 of them guarding him. Although the energy avatars of the 48 fifth-level knight were not dedicated to protecting him, this was enough to make David feel excited. The 5 fifth-level priests weren't idle either. The scepters in their hands emitted white light, and the energy avatars of the 48 fifth-level knight were blessed with divine barrier as well as some other buff. Of course, David and Bishop McKinley didn't enjoy it. This was war, and any consumption that didn't contribute to the war was avoided as much as possible. Even David's presence was due to Bishop McKinley's efforts. Otherwise, there would only be 6 4 priests on the battlefield, including Bishop McKinley. David was the only Earth Knight of the third rank. A dark cloud floated over from the distant sky. David had the Eagle Eye spell. Although he rarely used it, it was useful at this time. He saw that the dark cloud was made up of birds. Some of these birds were as big as eagles, some as small as sparrows, some were seabirds, and some were birds of the land. There was also a second group of birds further away. The night formation didn't move. The 5 level 5 priests just stared at the sky. The divine artifacts guarded by the 5 teams didn't even open the golden boxes. David wanted to ask Bishop McKinley, but he saw Bishop McKinley shake his head at him, indicating that he shouldn't speak. There was only the sound of wings flapping, and not a single bird chirping. The first dark cloud flew over the night formation and swooped down on the night formation. None of the energy avatars of the 48 fifth-level knight made a move. They only raised a bloodline power shield, covering the entire night formation, including the protected area in the middle. When the flying bird hit the bloodline power shield, it instantly turned into a black blood mist. When the black blood mist came into contact with the bloodline power shield, it was like sulfuric acid coming into contact with skin. It kept corroding the bloodline power shield. This made David a little worried. He didn't understand why the energy avatars of the 5th level knight didn't make a move, but instead consumed their bloodline power. It must be known that the bloodline power in the energy avatars was limited. This kind of consumption wasn't a good thing. It must be known that no one could say for sure how many birds there were. But soon David was no longer worried, because 5 thin white lines extended from the night formation, connecting the 5 teams in the center of the night formation to the night formation. The 5 teams were also 5 night formations, with 3 fifth-level knights forming a defensive night formation to protect the 4th-level priest in the middle. When the 5 thin white lines were connected to the 5 smaller night formations, David clearly felt a huge amount of bloodline power being transmitted from the 5 smaller night formations to the larger night formation outside. No wonder the energy avatars of the 5th level knight didn't make a move, but let the birds hit them. It turned out that they had a huge supply of bloodline power, and didn't need to worry about the problem of consumption. Not to mention the 15 5th-level knights present, even if there was only one 5th-level knight, with the huge amount of bloodline power in the body of a 5th-level knight, it was possible for him to destroy all life on the planet. A 5th-level knight was a terrifying existence capable of destroying a planet all by himself, and was the strongest fighting force in the secular world. David felt blessed. Although the souls of these birds were weak, even the weakest souls had soul energy. The shadow attendant flew above, and his figure kept flashing over the whole area, tirelessly absorbing the weak soul energy. The first batch of birds numbered in the millions, and in a short 10 minutes, they were all killed by the bloodline power shield. In fact, only the poison in the flying bird's body could damage the bloodline power barrier. With the flying bird's weak and almost non-existent impact, it was not a threat at all. When the second batch of birds arrived, there was also a large group of beasts on the ground, numbering in the tens of thousands. They crashed into the bloodline power shield together with the bird. The black blood mist almost completely covered the night formation. Even through the bloodline power shield, David's sensitive sense of smell could still smell the thick smell of blood. "Bishop McKinley, what are you doing?" David really couldn't hold back. He connected his mind to Bishop McKinley's mind, and directly used a mental channel to communicate. Bishop McKinley didn't expect David's mastery of the mind to have reached such a level. It must be known that the Earth Knight's mind could only barely perform simple mental manipulation. Even a fourth-level Sky Knight could rarely perform complex mental manipulation. However, on second thought, David's performance was miraculous. If he didn't have the gift of the mind, how could he have completed the previous mission? Mental communication wouldn't affect the others, so Bishop McKinley also used mental communication. This existence wants to use the creatures of planet Loam to exhaust our power. But it's just as well. The suicidal attacks of these creatures reduce the time the shrines have to clean up planet Loam in the future. Bishop McKinley also used mental communication to reply. "What if they use humans to attack?" David asked again. "That depends on the location of the portal," Bishop McKinley replied. David knew what Bishop McKinley meant. This was the attitude of the shrines towards any heretics. Even if these believers were passive, as long as they actively attacked the shrines, their deaths would be the elimination of evil. He also thought about the location of the portal. It was far away from the city, and the nearest city was nearly 1,000 kilometers away. David also considered the problem of the statue in the city. The statue was too terrifying. If he got too close, it would be very easy for him to be targeted by the god of plague, Gladstone. Birds and beasts constantly attacked the night battle formation. The level 5 poison permeated the air. Although the scene was not intense, it was extremely tragic. Of course, the beasts were the most tragic. From the beginning until now, no knight had made a move. They were completely relying on the bloodline power shield gathered by the night battle formation to passively defend. Of course, it was far from being as calm as it seemed. The night battle formation was composed of 5th-level knight. If it was a 4th-level Sky Knight, the bloodline power shield would have been eroded by the level 5 poison. The Temple Knights of the 5th rank relied on their own valiant strength to be able to remain so calm. The suicidal battle here was still going on. In the cities of Loam Star, all the believers stood up. After many days of hunger, the old and the young had already died. Their souls had entered the world of the god of plague, Gladstone, and there were all young believers here. However, after a long period of hunger and endless prayer, these young believers all looked haggard, and the fire of life could be extinguished at any time. The god of plague, Gladstone, could not directly kill these believers, but he could not wait any longer. So, these believers began to run around the stone statue in the middle. Normally, this kind of ordinary running was nothing to these young believers, but when the weak believers ran, the last of their vitality was quickly consumed. One by one, the believers fell to the ground and could not get up. All the souls gathered in the statue, and the originally blurry face of the statue became clearer and clearer. The stone of the statue itself was also undergoing inexplicable changes. The stone was transforming into a more magical material. There were fewer and fewer believers in the cities, and finally, there were no more believers in the entire Loam Star. In the center of the city square, among countless corpses, the statue was changing. After so many days, the statue, which had been gathered by faith and souls, had turned the originally rough statue into an avatar of the god of plague, Gladstone. Of course, the most important thing was that these statues had a trace of divinity of the god of plague. The god of plague, Gladstone, was not reconciled. If he had more time, he could have calmly collected these souls. Then, he could have closed the small world again and entered a deep sleep to wait for the next awakening. The god of plague, Gladstone's previous attempt to stall the shrines had angered the shrines. This had something to do with the fact that the god of plague had underestimated the power of the shrines. He came from ancient times, and in his consciousness, the world ruled by multiple gods was still at the level of mutual restriction and mutual attack. The god of plague, Gladstone, had never thought that 5 powerful gods would unite and form the most powerful alliance. They absorbed some weak gods who relied on them to rule the whole great world of God and destroy all the gods who dared to go against their will. The god of plague, Gladstone, was facing the most powerful era in the history of the world. Perhaps in his time, it was impossible to imagine that a world with countless planets ruled by 5 gods could produce the power of faith. If he had known this, he would not have had any other ideas at all. He would have just found a stick to knock himself out immediately after waking up, and then slept for tens of thousands of years again, waiting for this era to pass. The god of plague, Gladstone's previous actions were equivalent to a monkey holding a needle to stab a dragon. The consequences could be imagined. Although the god of plague did not know this, he knew that he could not wait any longer. He needed to use all his strength to destroy the enemies who had entered Lone Star. The god of plague, Gladstone, perceived the existence of the 3 oracles. Once the gods descended on Lone Star, it was possible that even his world would be affected. Of course, among the 3 oracles perceived by the god of plague, only the Annabella Temple Knight was a real oracle. David and the Shadow Attendant were not gods who could descend. They just had some characteristics of the gods on their bodies. The statue standing in the center of the square seemed to have a suction force. The bodies of the believers beside it were constantly sliding towards the statue. When the bodies touched the statue, the flesh and blood in the bodies disappeared instantly, and the whole body immediately turned into ashes. As the bodies turned into ashes, countless flesh and blood nourished the statue, and cracks appeared on the surface of the statue. The cracks collapsed, and a man's body was born. This body looked like a real person, but when he moved, his stiff movements and the sound of his feet touching the ground all showed that this was not a real human, but a stone man. There were 42 big cities in Lone Star, and the stone men born in these cities had the strength and speed of a level 5 knight. Although they did not have the blood power of a level 5 temple knight, the stone men's defense was naturally strong, and they did not feel pain or fatigue. Their combat power was almost the same as a level 5 temple knight. There were 213 mid-sized cities, and these 213 mid-sized cities gave birth to stone men with the strength and speed of a class 4 stone men. There were more than 1,200 small cities, and the stone men they gave birth to were only class 3 stone men. All the stone men in the small cities ran towards the nearby medium-sized cities. They could not fly, but they were extremely fast. In the medium-sized cities, when a level 3 stone man came, the level 3 stone man would come to the level 4 stone man. Then the level 3 stone man would transfer all the energy in his body into the level 4 stone man, and the level 3 stone man would turn into stone powder on the spot. All the cities were doing the same thing. When an ancient god went crazy, no one could imagine what he would do. The shrines thought that they were consuming the power of the god of plague, Gladstone, but on the other hand, the god of plague was using the beasts of Lone Star to delay time so that he could organize a strong enough fighting force. Chapter 757. Earl Arthur, are you not feeling well? Bishop McKinley looked at David and asked with concern. Standing in the middle of the knight's formation, David seemed to be a little agitated and excited. In Bishop McKinley's eyes, it was as if he was affected by the tragic situation outside the knight's formation. Indeed, at David's age, although only animals had died, the impact of millions of animals dying in front of him was not something a normal person could bear. However, Bishop McKinley had obviously underestimated David. Not to mention David's past in the Interstellar Federation, he had killed more than 1,000 people after coming to the great world of God. In addition, David had also experienced war on planet Warstar. How could he be affected by this? David was excited because the souls of these animals had all been absorbed by the shadow attendant. It would take a long time for the animals to arrive on the ground, so there were only tens of thousands of them. However, with the speed of the birds and the distance they could fly in a straight line, the number of birds attacking the Knight's formation would soon exceed 10 million. And this number was still increasing. Every second, there would be tens of thousands of flying birds crashing into the Knight's formation from all directions. I'm fine. Are we just going to wait here? That will take a long time. David replied through spiritual communication. The longer we wait, the better it is for us. Bishop McKinley explained through spiritual communication. David looked at Bishop McKinley in confusion, but Bishop McKinley did not explain further. Bishop McKinley naturally did not explain further. Although they were communicating through spiritual communication, if they used this method to communicate their battle plan, it might be detected by the god of plagues, Gladstone. The strength of the gods was beyond the imagination of mortals, especially the many ancient special abilities that had unpredictable effects. David turned to look at the 5 level 4 priests. The hood of one of the priests was facing him, so he could vaguely see the priest's face. He saw that the level 4 priest had been chanting without making a sound. His mouth was moving slightly, and the look of concentration on his face told him that this wasn't a normal chant. He was preparing to cast a divine spell. David looked at the golden box in the priest's hand and seemed to understand something. In some medium-sized cities with many small cities, many level 3 stone men would gather energy into the level 4 stone men, allowing them to successfully upgrade to level 5. There were also some level 4 stone men in medium-sized cities. Because there were not enough level 3 stone men nearby, the level 4 stone men would actively seek out other medium-sized cities and merge with them. In the small world, the god of plague, Gladstone, looked at the statue that had turned into a stone man, and his eyes flashed with heartache. The time he had occupied Loam Star was still too short. Through crazy oppression, he had only obtained this little bit of faith power. The income and investment were not proportional at all. Gladstone, the god of plagues, had invested divine crystals. What made Gladstone, the god of plagues, most helpless was that due to the unexpected transmission door, these knight and priests had entered Loam's star in advance and disrupted his plan. Gladstone, the god of plagues, had to get rid of these knight and priests first. Otherwise, not to mention the harvest, even he would be in danger. Gladstone, the god of plagues, moved his mind, and a portal appeared in front of each level 5 stone man. The level 5 stone men entered the portal, and when they reappeared, they were about 5,000 meters away from the knight's battle formation. 92 level 5 divine servants. The battle has just begun, Bishop McKinley said to David. He did not need to look. He could judge the number of level 5 stone men by the breath in the distance. The rest of the level 5 temple knight and level 5 priests were more perceptive than Bishop McKinley. The originally silent knight's battle formation rose like a flame. When it came to face-to-face combat, the level 5 temple knight was never afraid of anyone of the same level. In addition, with the support of the priests, all the level 5 temple knights showed a strong desire to fight. David's feeling was the most different among all of them. He felt that the battle angel crystal in his soul space was giving out an extreme desire. Even the strong bald man's divine crystal, who was suppressed by the battle angel crystal, was giving out the same desire. It was as if it was not 92 level 5 divine servants in front of them, but 92 delicious food. David's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the appearance of these divine servants had something to do with the statue? Previously, only the battle angel crystal would have such a reaction when it encountered the ancient god statue. But this time, it seemed that there were many targets and contained a lot of special energy, causing the two crystals to have a stronger reaction. Chop! Finally, the knight's battle formation did not remain silent. A level 5 knight at the edge of the battle formation shouted loudly, condensing a pure white bloodline power longsword in his hand and waving it towards the flying birds in the sky. Chop! 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 More than 10 level 5 Temple Knights' energy clones followed closely behind and did the same. More than 10 white bloodline power longswords separated from the level 5 Temple Knights' energy clones and flew towards the sky. In the sky, these white bloodline power longswords became bigger and bigger, and soon the first bloodline power longsword became 100 meters wide. Although this would greatly reduce the power of the bloodline power longsword, the target of the bloodline power longsword was the weak flying bird. More than 10 bloodline power longswords streaked across the sky, and the dense flock of flying birds in the sky were instantly cleared. The flying birds' corpses exploded in the air, turning into black blood mist. A part of the black blood mist adhered to the bloodline power longswords, turning the white bloodline power longswords black. But it did not affect the attack of the bloodline power longswords. When the black blood mist corroded the bloodline power longswords to a small extent, there were no more flying birds within 1,000 meters of the knight's battle formation. This attack killed at least millions of birds at the same time, and the whole area was shrouded in black blood mist. The 5 level 5 priests pointed their scepters towards the sky, and white balls of light rose into the sky. As the white balls of light exploded in the air, the black mist in the whole area was dispersed. Count Arthur, if you have any tricks, just use them. This is the time to earn merit. When the level 5 battle starts, we will have nothing to do. Bishop McKinley also pointed his scepter towards the sky, and a white ball of light rose into the sky, while communicating with David mentally. David nodded. Although the flying birds within 1,000 meters of the sky had been cleared in an instant, there were still more flying birds in the distance. The bloodline power longswords were indeed very powerful, but the poison in the bodies of the flying birds was the biggest problem. After the bloodline power longswords were released, they should be able to be controlled for a period of time, and could even be reused again. But because of the poison in the bodies of the flying birds, the bloodline power longswords became a one-off attack. In fact, the priests were the most suitable attackers at the moment. Their long-range divine spells could kill these flying birds in a large area, and they would not be affected by the poison. But the priests did not dare to use their divine spells in large quantities, and they were not suited for long battles. Divine spells also consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and the consumption was much higher than that of a knight. At this time, a weak knight like David could play a role. Of course, the reason why they did not bring a large number of level 3 and level 4 knights was that this place was full of bewitching energy, which had a direct bewitching effect on level 3 knights and level 4 knights. If David had not entered Lone Star many times and demonstrated his resistance to bewitching energy, he would not have been allowed to follow this operation. David hesitated for a moment. He recalled his list of abilities, and wanted to choose an ability. He looked at the high-frequency sound wave talent. This talent was very useful at a low level. Because it was a silent, wide-range ability, it was very lethal to low-level enemies. But now, the high-frequency sound wave talent was becoming less and less useful, and he did not care if this ability was exposed. David opened his mouth and released the high-frequency sound wave ability towards the sky. His spiritual energy could now reach up to 1,000 meters away, so the range of his high-frequency sound wave also reached 1,000 meters. But the high-frequency sound wave was not a spiritual attack, so no one would notice that his spiritual energy was abnormally strong. Another group of birds entered the range of 1,000 meters, and the energy clone of the 5th-rank Temple Knight was about to make a move, only to discover that all the birds stopped in their tracks, before exploding in the air. The level 5 priest of Heaviside's eyes lit up and said, "Earl Arthur, I didn't expect you to have such a talent. If you don't use too much of your talent, I'll leave these birds to you. Most of the people here were level 5. Whether it was a level 5 knight or a level 5 priest, they could all feel the impact of the sound wave from David. Although they did not know how David did it, the level 5 priest of Heaviside judged that David did not use much of his spiritual energy. It was just a sound wave, and it did not use any of his spiritual energy or bloodline power. I should be able to last for 2 hours, David replied with a smile. Okay, I'll remember your contribution to the battle, the level 5 priest of Heaviside said with a laugh. The level 5 knight of Heaviside nodded at David in a friendly manner. The attack of the birds was nothing, but it was the constant harassment that annoyed them. Any one of them could kill hundreds of thousands or even millions of birds, but what was the point? There were more and more birds gathering, and no one knew how many there were. Planet Lum was an agricultural planet. There might not be many animals living on it, but it was suitable for birds to live on. The number of birds that bred in large numbers was probably in the hundreds of millions. They could see that David's high-frequency sound wave attack was only level 2, and it did not affect level 3 creatures much. At most, it would affect them if they were not prepared. However, the high-frequency sound wave consumed little energy and had a wide range. A level 2 attack was enough to kill birds. Bishop McKinley was also very surprised. He did not expect David to be so useful in the battle. He began to chant, and after 5 seconds, he pointed his scepter at David. A white light fell on David like a rain of light. David believed that Bishop McKinley would not harm him. At the same time, he did not sense any danger. Besides, Bishop McKinley was a level 4 priest, and he was most likely an expert in buff spells. As expected, when the rain of light fell on him, his whole body felt warm. Using the high-frequency sound wave would consume some of his energy, and his throat would be tired. However, as the warm energy flowed through his body, the exhausted energy was replenished. His throat was also filled with the warm energy. A divine spell that required Bishop McKinley to prepare for 5 seconds was no ordinary divine spell. It was a divine spell called Divine Blessing, which could maintain the maximum physical strength of the recipient for a certain period of time. At the same time, any damage to the body would be automatically healed. Given Bishop McKinley's power as a priest of the 4th rank, this Divine Blessing divine spell could last for 2 hours. In these 2 hours, David's constant use of the high-frequency sound wave wouldn't cause any harm to his body. Of course, to David, this divine blessing was a negligible buff. He had level 5 will, and he was a level 3 Earth Knight. His body had an endless supply of indestructible life force. He was just being modest when he said that he could use the high-frequency sound wave for 2 hours. In fact, he could use it for a whole day without a problem. A strange scene appeared on the battlefield. When a flock of birds entered the range of 1,000 meters and was about to approach the night battle formation, they would be swept by a sound wave, and all the birds within 1,000 meters would explode on the spot. The night battle formation needed to block some of the poison that was close to the night battle formation. This made the level 5 knights in the night battle formation much more relaxed. They also looked at the level 5 stone men that were entering the battlefield. The 92 level 5 stone men were super strong puppets that the god of plague, Gladstone, had gathered the faith and souls of all the humans in the Lone Star. They were based on a statue that had a trace of his divinity. This kind of technology was forbidden even in ancient times. Believers were the foundation of the existence of gods. Robbing and bewitching believers was a behavior that was spurned by all gods. However, this kind of technology was indeed extremely terrifying. At the cost of consuming the humans of Lungbu Star, they were able to quickly create 92 level 5 stone men. It should be known that the time and resources needed to truly cultivate 92 level 5 combatants were not something that Lungbu Star could provide. Even if the Loam Star was given 10,000 years, it would not be able to support the cultivation of 92 level 5 masters. The most important part of this technology was the trace of divinity. Faith and souls only magnified the effect of divinity. The importance of divinity was the foundation of the existence of God. The god of plague, Gladstone, did not appear in the great world of God himself. Instead, he used part of his divinity to invest his power in the Loam Star. Chapter 758. The forbidden spell of the god of plagues. Gladstone was far from a true god's descent. A god's descent required true believers, and the believers had to be compatible with the god himself. There were very few believers who could perform a god's descent. Even the 5 powerful gods who controlled the entire great world of God could only find a few. The god of plagues Gladstone couldn't perform a god's descent on Loam Star, so these level 5 stone men were the most powerful means he could use. Count Arthur, you should also join the Knights' Battle Formation, Heaviside said to David. Previously, David and Bishop McKinley were only under the protection of the Knights' Battle Formation. They weren't a part of the Knights' Battle Formation. Now, Heaviside's level 5 priest wanted David to be able to keep up with the Knights. The Knights' Battle Formation extended a white blood chain and connected it to David's body. David could feel the horror of the Knights' Battle Formation. Compared to the Knight Battle Formation he had joined before, the Knight Battle Formation in front of him was composed of 48 energy clones of the 5th rank Temple Knights, 15 of the 5th rank Temple Knights, 5 of the 5th rank priests, and 6 of the 4th rank priests. The power of the bloodline surging within this Knight Battle Formation made his hair stand on end. Just a single strand of blood power was enough to easily kill a level 4 Sky Knight and severely injure a level 5 Knight. Shrines were allowed to join the Knights' Battle Formation, but a normal knight wouldn't be able to use it in their entire life. David saw that Bishop McKinley, who was beside him, was also connected by a bloodline power chain. Everyone on the battlefield had become a part of the Knight Battle Formation. David didn't stop using the high-frequency sound wave to make sure no birds could disturb the level 5 battle. Knight Charge. As a 5th rank priest of the Temple of War, Heaviside was naturally in charge of commanding the battle. He yelled out, "Let's go!" David felt his body lighten. The entire Knight Battle Formation had left the ground and carried his body towards the Grade 5 Stone Man. This was the first time he was passively carried by a Knight Battle Formation. Previously, when he formed a Knight Battle Formation with his level 4 Sky Knight puppets, it didn't have such an effect. But now, the Knight Formation David was in could only rely on the spirit of the priests to lift David up and fly with the Knight Formation. In the Knight Formation, David was the only one who couldn't fly. Even the level 4 priests could fly on their own. Although they couldn't fly very fast, with the help of the Knight Formation, they could keep up with the Knight Formation. If David hadn't shown his ability, he would have been left outside of the battlefield. After the battle, he would have only been given the title of participating in the Divine War, and his contribution points would have been a lot lower. By the time the Knight Formation reached the Grade 5 Stone Man, the Grade 5 Stone Man was already within the range of David's high-frequency sound wave. It was just that the Grade 5 Stone Men were completely unaffected by the high-frequency sound wave. Perhaps the Grade 5 Stone Men weren't living creatures, but the most important reason was that the attack power of the high-frequency sound wave was too low. The 92 Grade 5 Stone Men and the 63 Grade 5 Knight Formation were about to clash. David had already put on his Grade 4 Knight armor, and was ready to clash with the Grade 5 Stone Men at any time. Of course, although the shrines had 63 Grade 5 Knights, only the energy avatars of the 48 Grade 5 Knights could fight. The other 15 Grade 5 Knights could only provide the support of their bloodline power. Their main mission was to protect the divine artifact. The 92 Stone Men also had a battle formation. Their arms had turned into a pair of stone hammers, and they were 3 meters tall. When they walked, they maintained a certain distance and order. Dispel evil. Hawthorne's 5th rank priest first cast a divine spell. But what he didn't expect was that the spell didn't work. The light of the spell dissipated as soon as it came into contact with the grade 5 stone men. Divine sanction. Priest Horus followed up with an offensive divine spell, divine sanction. After the divine sanction was cast, a white spear flew out from the tip of his scepter and shot towards the grade 5 stone men at a speed that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. The divine sanction was a powerful single-target divine spell that a grade 5 priest could master. Its power was almost twice that of a grade 5 temple knight's, and it was also an energy attack. The grade 5 stone man didn't even have time to dodge. Or rather, it didn't even try to dodge. It was in the middle of the battle formation, so even if it managed to dodge, the divine sanction would still hit the other grade 5 stone men. The divine sanction hit the level 5 golem. The level 5 golem's footsteps suddenly stopped. Not only did its body stop, but after a pause, its body began to move backward. The grade 5 stone man's feet sank deep into the ground, plowing 2 trenches in the ground. However, the level 5 stone golem only retreated 1 meter before the attack on its body was spread to the other 91 level 5 stone golems by the battle formation. "What a strong defense!" Priest Hawthorne exclaimed. He knew the power of his own divine spells very well. Although he didn't have many offensive divine spells, each one of them was powerful. In a one-on-one fight, even a grade 5 temple knight wouldn't be able to take a single attack from him without getting hurt. The thoughts of Hawthorne's 5th-level priest were transmitted to the minds of the others through the night battle formation. This was the enemy's information that he obtained using divine sanction. Naturally, it would be shared with everyone in the night battle formation. Change to the cone formation. The priest of Heaviside immediately changed his formation. He no longer wanted to face the grade 5 stone men head-on. Instead, he wanted to break through their formation. The energy clones of the grade 5 temple knight were very fast. In an instant, one grade 5 temple knight was at the front while the other grade 5 knights were at the back. As soon as the cone formation was changed, the knight formation rushed in front of the grade 5 stone men formation. The grade 5 bloodline power turned the whole knight formation into a spear. The energy clone of the grade 5 temple knight was the tip of the spear. The tip of the spear heavily stabbed the grade 5 stone men that had just been repelled. Hawthorne's 5th rank priest's divine sanction divine spell wasn't useless. His divine spell forced the advance of the 92 5th rank stone men to stop. The knights were charging at full speed, so when the two sides collided, the knights had a great advantage. The grade 5 stone men were hit in the chest by the bloodline power of the knight formation. The 3-meter-tall grade 5 stone men wanted to swing their stone hammers, but before they could finish, their bodies were sent flying. The formation of the grade 5 stone men was destroyed by a single charge of the knight formation. The terrifying impact brought about by the charge was truly able to break through their formation. The grade 5 stone man was sent flying for several dozen meters, before heavily smashing into the ground and sinking into the ground. The stone in front of its chest cracked in all directions, and black blood gushed out from the cracks. After the first grade 5 stone man was sent flying, the knight formation didn't stop. The charge wasn't over, and the impact of the knight formation's charge wasn't completely consumed by a grade 5 stone man. Then the second grade 5 stone man was sent flying, followed by the third and fourth grade 5 stone men. The speed of the knight formation was extremely fast, penetrating through the grade 5 stone men in a short span of time. The knight formation flew into the sky, and with a turn in the sky, aimed at the grade 5 stone men on the ground once again. When the first stoneman of the 5th rank was sent flying, David excitedly dispatched a shadow servant. In his opinion, This 5th-rank stoneman shouldn't be able to survive the charge of 63 temple knights of the 5th rank. Let alone a grade 5 stone man, even a grade 5 puppet wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. When the shadow attendant flew in front of the grade 5 stone man, David saw through the shadow attendant's eyes that there was a hole in the grade 5 stone man's body. Black blood was flowing out of the hole, but the hole was slowly healing. Of course, the shadow attendant couldn't get anything from the grade 5 stone man that was still alive. The grade 5 stone man jumped out of the ground. It wasn't just this grade 5 stone man. The other grade 5 stone men that were sent flying all stood up and returned to the formation. Something's wrong. This isn't an ordinary puppet. It's most likely a god's creation, Hawthorne said in a deep voice. The knight formation didn't attack again under the command of Heaviside. They needed to regain control of the grade 5 stone man's situation before they could attack more effectively. It is indeed a god's creation. Otherwise, nothing in this world would be able to withstand such a blow. Heaviside nodded. Are you ready to attack? Emerson asked the 5 level 4 priests with the golden boxes in their hands. The 5 level 4 priests didn't reply. They just nodded. What do you think? Let's do it. Breaking a god's creation requires an attack higher than grade 5. No matter how strong we are, we can't exceed grade 5. Emerson suggested. I agree. What about the rest of you? Heaviside said in a deep voice. I agree. I agree. I agree. I agree. The 5 level 5 priests representing the 5 shrines all made their decisions. They had been on Lambu for a long time, waiting for the divine gear to be ready. Now that they had encountered a god's creation, there were 92 of them. If they wanted to destroy a god's creation, they had to use the divine gear. Activate the divine artifact, Heaviside commanded. The 5 level 4 priests placed their hands on the golden boxes, and the 5 boxes opened at the same time. David felt an indescribable amount of energy appear beside him. He immediately put the shadow attendant back into his body. He didn't know how the divine gear would attack, or if it would hurt the shadow attendant. It was safer to put it away. In the golden box of the war temple, there was a small golden battle axe. In the golden box of the knowledge temple, there was a golden book. In the box of the wealth temple, there was a gold coin. In the box of the earth temple, there was a golden scythe. In the box of the just temple, there was a golden scale. The small golden battle axe flew out of the box first. A golden line shot out from the axe and connected it to the war shrines in the distance. The power of faith accumulated in the war shrines flowed into the golden battle axe through the golden line. The golden battle axe grew bigger and bigger. The 92 level 5 stone men on the ground were unable to move, as if they had been immobilized. Their emotionless eyes were now filled with horror. Of course, the real horror was not the level 5 stone men, but the god of plague, Gladstone, who was hiding behind the level 5 stone men. The god of plague, Gladstone, had never thought that the world he had woken up in would have such a powerful god. Just the power of a divine artifact was enough to kill a god. The golden battle axe didn't give the god of plague much time to think. It slashed at the 92 level 5 stone men on the ground. It was also the power of faith, but the attack of the golden battle axe was countless times stronger than that of the 92 level 5 stone men. The level 5 stone men's faith was obtained in a short time by bewitching the humans of Lone Star. This kind of power of faith was naturally one level lower than ordinary power of faith. The difference in the level of power of faith was only one aspect. The difference in the amount of power of faith was even greater. The war shrines connected to the war axe were the gathering place of about 1/5 of the power of faith in the great world of God. Lone Star was just one of the many planets in the great world of God. The accumulation of power of faith over thousands of years was incomparable to a short period of bewitchment. The basic material of a level 5 stone man was stone, But the material of the golden battle axe was a real God's creation material. Even if there were 92 level 5 stone men, they were like clay men. David stopped using the high-frequency sound wave. On the one hand, he was shocked by the attack of the golden battle axe. On the other hand, he didn't need to use the high-frequency sound wave anymore. The moment the golden battle axe rose into the air, all the birds within sight, including the flocks of birds further away, were intimidated by the aura released by the golden battle axe. The result was that all the birds exploded in an instant. The black fog of the corpses didn't have time to disperse before it was swept away by the light of the golden battle axe. This was the first time David saw the attack of a divine weapon. It completely refreshed his understanding of the power of the weapon. The 92 level, 5 stone men couldn't even move under the golden battle axe. They could only watch as the golden battle axe fell. The gigantic golden battle axe swept across the 92 level 5 stone men, and the 92 level 5 stone men turned into rubble. The golden battle axe seemed to have consumed its power. It disappeared from the 92 level 5 stone men and then reappeared in the golden box as a small golden axe. David felt that his battle angel crystal had a crazy urge to absorb the power. This urge made him somewhat unable to control himself. He gritted his teeth and released the shadow attendant to fly over the rubble of the 92 level 5 stone men. Chapter 759. Needless to say, the speed of the shadow attendant was incredible. Within a distance of 1,000 meters, it could almost appear anywhere in an instant. Within the rubble of the 92 level 5 stone golems, there were 92 extremely thin, pale golden lines. Although the divine weapon golden battle axe had destroyed the bodies of the level 5 stone golems, these pale golden lines were not damaged. Because the light golden threads were too small, and the knights were still quite a distance away from them, and because the light golden threads did not leak any aura, no one discovered their existence. These were the divinity of the god of plague, Gladstone. They were also the core of the level 5 stone men. The divine golden battle axe had only destroyed the outer shell of the level 5 stone men. This kind of divinity was invisible and intangible, so it would not be damaged by the divine weapon. After the divinity left the level 5 stone men, it would automatically return to the body of the god of plague in a short period of time. These divinities were equivalent to a part of the god of plague's body. Just as these 92 pale golden lines were becoming a little transparent and were about to disappear, the shadow attendant arrived in time. The shadow attendant first instinctively absorbed the souls in the rubble. David divided his mind and left a part of it in the shadow attendant's body. When the soul of the first level 5 stone man was absorbed, he felt countless resentment. The angry roars of the young people, the helpless sighs of the old people, the loud cries of the children, and many more complex emotions made this soul feel as if there were countless resentful souls in it. The level 5 stone men's souls were made up of the souls of countless believers who had been bewitched. However, after the divine golden battle axe destroyed the level 5 stone men's bodies, the bewitchment disappeared. The souls that were not affected by the bewitchment would naturally be full of resentment towards their own experiences. They would be angry, frustrated, helpless, and crazy. A large number of negative emotions appeared, making the soul fall apart at any time. Fortunately, the shadow attendant was the first to bear the resentment that could drive ordinary people crazy. David's level 5 mind was enough to resist the remaining effects, so he did not lose his composure on the spot. After the shadow attendant absorbed the soul, its body instinctively removed all resentment. Of course, the shadow attendant didn't just absorb the soul. Under the command of David's consciousness, the shadow attendant also absorbed the remaining special energy into its body, which was the transparent divinity that was about to disappear. This actually only took 0.01 seconds. The shadow attendant's figure flashed continuously, and the 92 souls and divinity were all absorbed into his body. Unforgivable! Gladstone, the god of plague, was sitting on the throne of the small world. He was recalling his divinity, only to find that his divinity had been absorbed by the shadow attendant. In the eyes of Gladstone, the god of plague, this was the work of the god behind the shadow attendant. Otherwise, with the realm of the shadow attendant or David, it would be impossible for them to discover the divine existence hidden in the gravel. The pale golden divinity could not be sensed by mortals other than deities. First, he had lost a large number of souls that he had collected. Everything that the god of plagues had done was for naught. After that, he had lost as many as 92 divinities. This was something that the god of plagues could no longer bear. This was no longer a matter of defeat. It was a matter of whether the body of an ancient god could wake up after the next slumber. The god of plague knew that he had no way out. He had to kill the shadow attendant and retrieve his divinity. While Gladstone, the god of plague, was thinking about the price he had to pay to kill the shadow servant, the operation of the temple was not over yet. The level 4 shrine's priest also activated the golden book. The golden book rose from the box into the air, and a golden line extended from the golden book into the void. It passed through space and reached the shrines of knowledge. A large amount of faith power entered the golden book through the golden line. The golden book automatically flipped, and golden light spots flew out of the golden book. However, these golden light spots stopped in the air and did not do anything else. The level 4 shrine's priest's face turned pale, and he said in disbelief, "My lord, there are no living humans in Lambustar." The function of the golden book was to remove the spiritual influence of all intelligent creatures on the entire planet. On Lambustar, it was specifically referring to humans. However, the golden book used faith power to remove the bewitching golden light spot. It did not automatically seek out humans to restore them. This could only mean one thing: there were no living humans on Lambustar. Not only the level 4 shrine's priest, but also everyone present did not expect this result. It could be said that no matter the result of this divine war, the great world of God had completely lost a planet of believers. Evil god of plague Gladstone, your name will be cursed by everyone. You will forever sleep in filth. The level 5 priest of Heaviside roared at the sky. Calling a god by his name, even if it was the name of an evil god, was something that almost no one in the great world of God would do. The level 5 priest of Heaviside's anger at this time surpassed his respect for the god of plague Gladstone, and he cursed at him. Perhaps in other places, due to the god of plague Gladstone's weakness and the influence of the 5 shrines, the god of plague Gladstone would not notice if someone called him by his name. But on Lambustar, a planet that had been transformed by the god of plague Gladstone, the god of plague Gladstone would hear it immediately if someone called him by his name. Then, above the knight's formation, a thick black beam of light fell towards the level 5 priest of Heaviside. Gods could not directly use their divine power to interfere with the main world, but there were special exceptions. Calling a god by his name was an exception. When someone called out a god's name directly, the god corresponding to the god's name would be able to use a special channel created by calling out the god's name. Of course, doing this would consume a lot of energy, so normally, the god would only use some small means to warn the person. Now that both sides were preparing for a divine battle, Gladstone, the god of plagues, would not let go of this opportunity. His divine power turned into a black beam of light. Not only did it attack Heaviside's 5th level priest, but it also affected the surrounding people. The level 5 priest of the knowledge shrines, Emerson, raised his scepter. He was already prepared when the level 5 priest of Heaviside cursed. Just as the black pillar of light was about to hit the knights, Emerson controlled the golden book from the temple of knowledge. The golden light spots that had no target turned into a golden shield and blocked the knight's formation. Boom! After a loud explosion, David felt his body descend by a few meters. His body, which had been floating in the air, was now on the ground with both feet. Moreover, his feet had sunk a bit into the ground. He looked at the rest of the Knight's formation. They were all in the same situation as him. The Knight's formation was heavily pressed to the ground. There were 63 level 5 Knights in the Knight's formation. When they were pressed to the ground, most of the pressure was taken by them, so David didn't feel any discomfort. David looked up. The golden shield above his head and the black beam of light were dissipating at the same time. Soon, the golden shield and the black beam of light both disappeared. The black beam of light didn't even leave a trace of poison behind. Although it seemed that the golden shield and the black beam of light were evenly matched on the surface, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the black beam of light was a direct attack from the god of plague, Gladstone, while the golden shield was only sent out by the divine artifact, the golden book. There was a huge difference between the two. Even so, the golden shield was still able to withstand the attack of the god of plague, Gladstone, and neutralized all of the remaining power. The level 5 priest of Heaviside and the Emerson priest of Emerson looked at each other. That was their cooperation. Although the War God Temple and the Knowledge God Temple didn't get along well with each other, no one would have such thoughts during the Battle of the Gods. In the Battle of the Gods against the evil gods, they were comrade. The level 5 priest of Heaviside was just using this as a pretext to curse the plague god Gladstone. What Sui Xiong wanted was for the god of plague Gladstone to use his divine power. Every time a weak god like the god of plague Gladstone used his divine power, he would become even weaker. The level 5 priest of Heaviside did this because he didn't want the divine book to waste its energy. Although the knowledge shrines had plenty of faith power, they were using the faith power of a god. They couldn't afford to waste any of it. The attack of the god of plague Gladstone had caused the divine artifact Golden Book to consume the power of faith. Once the power of faith was activated, there was no way to return it. David was in the middle of it all. If he had seen it from afar, it would have been truly spectacular. The black beam of light that came down from the sky was like a giant stick, and the golden shield that appeared was like a golden shield. Both of them were huge. Everyone in the Knight formation was tiny in front of them. This was the true power of a god. It could be called a miracle anywhere. The plague god Gladstone didn't feel good about being cursed by the level 5 priest of Heaviside. He wanted to use divine punishment, but it was blocked. This kind of humiliation would have made him a laughingstock in ancient times. This made the plague god Gladstone even angrier. However, the plague god Gladstone was also a little worried. The power of the divine book was beyond his imagination. There were still 3 divine books that had not been activated. The level 4 priest of the Shrines of Wealth took out the gold coin from the golden box. The coin rose into the air and a golden line appeared from the coin, extending into the void. It passed through space and connected to the Shrines of Wealth. The level 4 priest's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The original task of the divine book was to break the defense net that covered the surface of Loam Star. However, if the humans on Loam Star were killed, the divine book could directly cleanse the planet of all impurities. In fact, as long as the god of plague, Gladstone, left some humans on Loam Star, the priests would not forcibly purge Loam Star. Instead, the priests would send out priests from the 5 temples to slowly deal with it over many years. The 5 gods of the great world of God would never do anything to their own followers. Even if the followers were bewitched, at least they couldn't be cleansed by the divine book. Now that the level 4 priest had learned from the divine book of the Shrines of Knowledge that there were no humans left, he was relieved to activate the strongest state of the divine book and clean up Loam Star without any scruples. In terms of the strength of faith, the Shrines of Wealth had always been the first among the shrines. Every city had a Shrines of Wealth. Any use of the divine book would generate faith. As long as there was a yearning for the divine book, there would be a corresponding faith that would be transmitted to the shrines of wealth. In the great world of God, even people who were too poor to come into contact with the divine book would have hope to get the divine book. The rest of the people who came into contact with the divine book would directly provide the shrines of wealth with the power of faith. The god of plague, Gladstone, observed the outside world through the eyes of the animals. As for what was happening on the battlefield, he observed through the animals standing nearby. These animals didn't participate in the battle. They just stood in the distance and observed, so they weren't affected by the war. After the divine book of gold absorbed a huge amount of faith, it became bigger than a mountain in the air and directly pierced the defense net on the surface of Lone Star. The defense net could even trap a level 5 temple knight, but in front of the divine book of gold, it was like snow in the face of fire. It quickly melted. The divine book of gold suddenly shook in the air. Its golden light left its body and rushed in all directions like a wave of water. The divine book of gold seemed to have consumed all of its energy. It returned to the size of a coin and fell back into the golden box. The ripples of the golden light continued to spread. As the golden light spread, the range of the golden light became larger and larger, and the gold color became pale gold. Each of these pale gold lights was like a sharp sword. They split the defense net in the sky and cut down all the creatures that were contaminated by evil. The birds that were still flying in the distance, the beasts on the ground, and the fish in the water were all contaminated by the bewitching energy of the god of plague, Gladstone. The pale gold light turned into countless sharp swords. These swords only hurt the evil pollution. Normal trees would not be harmed even if they were pierced by the swords. In just 1 minute, all the evil creatures on Lone Star disappeared. Although this method was too violent, it was extremely effective. Although David didn't know the range of the divine book of gold, he could see that when the pale gold light swept across the mountain in the distance, the beasts on the mountain all turned into black blood mist and quickly dissipated. His eagle's eye was always active, so he could see very clearly. David seemed to understand why the level 4 shrines of wealth wanted to kill him. The shrines were never merciful. They might be merciful to their believers, but on Lone Star, there were no believers, so it was normal for the evil to be eliminated. Chapter 760. The eyes of the god of plague Gladstone had all disappeared from the battlefield. He sensed that the defense net was being destroyed at a very fast speed. He had spent a lot of effort to create the defense net using his divine power, but it could not withstand the attack of the artifacts. Kill the thief who stole the divinity and go to sleep immediately. The god of plague Gladstone panicked. He did not expect the gods of the great world of God to be so powerful. The 3 miracles of the 3 artifacts made the god of plague Gladstone completely understand that the great world of God was no longer his era. The god of plague Gladstone looked at his throne, which was also an artifact. He had been sitting on it for countless years. The aura of the throne was completely unified with his, just like a part of his divine body. As long as the god of plague Gladstone was willing to consume the throne, he could forcibly rush out of the small world and enter the great world of God. It would only take 10 seconds, but he could move and fight freely. Naturally, entering the great world of God would inevitably be restricted by the rules of the great world of God. The god of plague Gladstone could only use his own divine body to fight. He could not use his divine power or the power of faith. The god of plague Gladstone's divine body needed too much energy to move completely. He could only make up for it by consuming the energy of the throne that had coexisted with him for countless years. 10 seconds was very short, but the god of plague Gladstone did not care. Even if he could not use his divine power or the power of faith, his divine body could destroy everything in the world. The ridiculous level 5 temple knight and level 5 priest, no matter how many of them there were not worth mentioning at all in front of his divine body. The god of plague Gladstone had planned that as long as he killed the shadow attendant and took back his divinity, he would immediately fall into a deep sleep and exile the small world into the space turbulence. Perhaps he would never wake up, but there was still a glimmer of hope. If he did not retrieve the divinity, the god of plague, Gladstone, would have no hope at all. It had only been a short time since he had lost his divinity, so there was no reaction. Once he lost his divinity for a long time, the small world would collapse due to the lack of divinity. The final result would be complete annihilation. In fact, this was the result of Gladstone, the god of plague's own death. The more powerful a god was, the more divinity he could safely release. Under normal circumstances, the gods would integrate their divinity into their statues according to the proportion of their followers. This balance ensured that the gods could obtain more faith, and it also ensured that even if the gods lost this trace of divinity, there would not be any serious consequences. Given the current state of the god of plague, Gladstone, he could at most divide 2 to 3 strands of divinity into the statue, which was the safest option. But what did the god of plague, Gladstone, do? Every level, 5 stonemen had a trace of complete divinity, which was why the god of plague, Gladstone, could quickly create level 5 stonemen. The importance of 92 complete strands of divinity to the god of plague, Gladstone, was self-evident. Although the original plan of the god of plague, Gladstone, was somewhat risky, there was still a high possibility of success. By using the defense network created by divine power to block Lone Star, according to the general flow of war, just probing, exploring, and analyzing, the time needed for the whole process would be enough for him to harvest all the souls and faith of the Lone Star. The god of plague, Gladstone, only needed to leave an empty shell of the Lone Star and calmly seal the small world, completely isolating it from the great world of God. He would then enter a deep sleep to avoid the detection of other gods. But David's unexpected appearance made all the plans of the god of plague come to nothing. No one would have thought that the followers of the god of shadow would have built a safe house on the Lone Star a long time ago. David had also obtained a way to enter the safe house, so he could freely enter and exit the Lone Star. The god of plague, Gladstone, regretted that he didn't kill David and the shadow servants when they entered the small world, which led to today's ending. Just as the god of plague, Gladstone, was about to use the energy in his throne and use his divine body to fight, the level 4 priests of the earth shrines activated the artifact, the golden sickle. The golden sickle and the earth shrines were connected through the golden lines, and the power of faith entered the golden sickle from the golden lines. Probe the artifact. The god of plague, Gladstone, who was in the small world, felt a strange breath and almost blurted out. The probe artifact was not an offensive artifact, but it was the artifact that the gods least wanted to encounter. This artifact could detect small worlds that were not completely sealed. The small worlds of the gods were rarely completely sealed, because the gods needed to use the small worlds to receive faith and souls. Once they were completely sealed, all contact with the main world would be cut off. For example, before the god of plague, Gladstone, fell asleep, his small world was completely sealed. After he woke up, he opened the small world so that he could affect the great world of God, specifically the Lone Star. In the previous battle, the god of plague, Gladstone, still needed to observe through the eyes of the bewitched animals, so he had not closed the small world. Now that he found the probe artifact, it was too late to close the small world. The golden sickle emitted a golden light that wrapped the night battle array, and then the golden sickle took the night battle array and flew into the sky. David was a little surprised, but when he saw Bishop McKinley next to him looking calm, he was relieved. As soon as the golden sickle flew into the sky, the golden sickle slashed through the air and directly drew a large space crack like a space door. The golden sickle took the night battle array through the space crack with a golden light. When they reappeared, they were on another continent of the lone star. Looking at the familiar surface of the lake, David was shocked. Wasn't this the place where he followed Lord Gould and the other lords into the strange space that day? At this time, the golden sickle seemed to have consumed a lot of the golden light and was not as bright as before, but the golden sickle still slashed toward the lake. There seemed to be the sound of a wall being broken. On the lake, where the golden sickle had slashed, a 5-meter-long and 3-meter-wide gap appeared. From the gap, the black small world could be seen. The level 4 shrines of justice activated the golden scales, which flew above the lake. A golden line connected to the void, and on the other side of the void was the shrines of justice. The effect of the golden scales was judgment, and it was also the most powerful artifact. Especially on the premise that the god of plague, Gladstone, had killed all the humans on the lone star, the power of the scales of judgment would increase a lot. The scales of judgment did not have the attack power of the golden battle axe, but the scales of judgment could judge the degree of evil and then punish according to the judgment. The level 4 priest of the Temple of Justice had a look of pity on his face. Although he did not ask the god of justice to act personally, the power of the scales of judgment, coupled with the sins of the god of plague Gladstone, was enough to seriously injure the god of plague Gladstone and make him fall into a deep sleep again. At that time, they could enter the small world of the god of plague, bring back the body of the god of plague, and take away all the useful things in the small world. The shrines even had special means to integrate the small world into the top space stone and make it into a large space item. These were the spoils of war of the shrines, especially the body of the god, which was the favorite sacrifice of the gods. It was enough for many of the shrine's priests and knight to receive the god's grace and be promoted. The 5 level 5 shrines were also smiling. They had been waiting for this moment to use the strongest artifact to forcibly break the small world and defeat the god of plague. Just as the scales of judgment was absorbing the power of faith, a majestic figure appeared from the gap of the small world. It was the god of plague, Gladstone. He was still hesitating about using the divine throne, but he found that he had no other choice. After discovering the aura of the probing artifact, the god of plague did not hesitate anymore. He directly turned the divine throne into pure energy and entered the god's body in exchange for 10 seconds of the god's body to fight. The god of plague rushed out of the small world, and the rules of the great world of God immediately fell on his god's body, suppressing and restricting it so that his god's body was only left with the powerful strength of the original body. Gladstone, the god of plague, saw the divine artifact, the scales of judgment. He punched towards it, and an unparalleled power was generated from his fist. This punch broke through space and appeared directly in front of the divine artifact, the scales of judgment. Before the scales of judgment was fully activated, it was hit by this punch. The irresistible power made the scales of judgment fly away in an instant. The level 4 priest who was maintaining the scales of judgment turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly chanted a spell, trying to regain control of the scales of judgment. However, the scales of judgment was still involuntarily flying under the impact of the great force. Of course, the scales of judgment was not that easy to destroy. It had a huge amount of power of faith, so it was impossible to destroy it with just a great force. However, it would take some time before the scales of judgment could be used again. At least, it could not be used again in a short period of time. David felt his blood run cold. The moment he saw the god of plague Gladstone, his LV5 spirit had sensed that the god of plague Gladstone was coming for him. This feeling was unclear, and he didn't even understand how he could perceive the thoughts of the god of plague. The god of plague was a real god. He killed 4 level 5 temple knights with just one finger, and almost killed Lord Gould on the spot. Now that such a god's body was in full combat mode, the power he could exert was unimaginable. However, David believed in his own feelings, because this feeling came from the battle angel crystal, and also from the perception of the 100 soul avatars. He didn't just have one soul to think and judge. His perception was 100 times better than an ordinary level 5 spirit. David crazily operated the 100 soul avatars, analyzing and judging the current situation and how he needed to solve the crisis in front of him. He didn't completely entrust his safety to the night battle formation. Even if there were 63 level 5 knights and 5 level 5 priests in the battle formation, he didn't want to entrust his life to others. Although it hadn't been long since he came to the great world of God, David had already understood the power of the gods through books and legends. In particular, the divine weapon just now showed him the horror of the gods, which broke David's understanding of all power. Defensive battle formation. He can't hold on for long. Once he enters the great world of God, he will be completely annihilated. The level 5 priest of Heaviside shouted. If the god of plague was killed in the small world, then the true spirit of the god of plague would enter the turbulence of time and space and fall into eternal sleep. The shrines only took away the body of the god and the small world, but the true spirit of the god of plague left a glimmer of hope for the god of plague. Eternal sleep didn't mean death. As long as the true spirit existed, it wouldn't be considered death. After the god of plague entered the great world of God, once he was killed, his true spirit would be restricted by the rules of the great world of God and unable to escape. It would be swallowed by the great world of God and become a part of the origin of the great world of God. In the eyes of the level 5 priest of Heaviside, the god of plague was crazy before his death. It was an irrational act. The great world of God had a great restriction on the god of plague. Under normal circumstances, the god of plague could only exert strength that was slightly stronger than a level 5 temple knight. As for Gladstone, the god of pestilence's punch that sent the divine weapon scales of judgment flying away, Heaviside believed that it was because he had just left the small world and had not yet been affected by the divine world. Although there were many books about the ancient gods in the shrines, there were many things that had not been personally experienced and could only be judged based on guesses. The level 5 priest of Heaviside didn't expect the god of plague to have a divine throne that had been absorbing the energy of the god's body since ancient times and had been sleeping with the god of plague for tens of thousands of years. The god of plague, Gladstone, consumed the divine throne and gained 10 seconds of absolute strength. The 15 level 5 temple knights inside the night battle formation did not need to move. Only the energy clones of the 48 level 5 knights outside the battle formation could change the battle formation into a defensive battle formation. Fortunately, the energy clones of the level 5 temple knights were fast enough. The god of plague took a step on the surface of the lake and arrived in front of the night battle formation. His speed was so fast that the night battle formation did not even have time to react. The blood power shield that had just risen from the defensive battle formation collided with the god of plague's fist. The blood power shield made an unpleasant cracking sound, and then the huge force was shared by all the knight in the defensive battle formation. The night battle formation collapsed and the knight flew out in all directions. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.